Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay, a free-for-all football Friday. We got all kinds of football to talk about. Some in our rearview mirror, some in our windshield. But Zay, what's going on, my man?
What's happening, man? Happy Friday, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. DKR should be popping tomorrow, 11 a.m. Chip, how are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Doing better than the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say this. They did better. They did better than I thought. And then all of a sudden, we got a 65-minute delay.
It's awful.
There's a weather. Now you're getting into my bedtime. But they were driving with a chance to win.
Yep. Oh, CeeDee Lamb, the Sooner gonna Sooner, eventually can't help himself. All that money, all that paper that Jerry Jones has spent. Number 88, he had to be number 88. Not like it's retired or anything. Michael Irvin said, here you go, young man. It takes a special person to rock this number. Michael Irvin, we just saw the documentary, Chip. He was going across that middle like it was nothing. That quick slant, he knew he was going to take that heat. In an era where you could lead with the helmet, you could take off, or your feet could be in the air. Ronnie Lott, John Lynch, guys like that thrived. And CeeDee Lamb over here dropping 3 dimes. You can't put that on 4, man. I know how you like to put everything on 4.
No.
Dak Prescott, it's your fault. Come on, man. What are you supposed to do?
It's almost like Shakespearean in its irony. Because when they got dusted by the Packers in the playoffs, Dak wasn't putting throws anywhere near CeeDee. He was putting them in the hands of the Packers. And then last night in Philly, I thought Dak looked good.
He
looked good. I was like, and we know the offense is going to have to carry this defense because all the money is on the offense. Dak, CeeDee, and Dak's putting the ball in the breadbasket. Offensive line was giving him some time. And I'm sitting there going, are these Cowboys going to get it done? By the way, Lance's Lock.com, he said the Cowboys were going to cover. Gave you a free play. He was right. I mean, and CeeDee took accountability, right?
I mean, he has no choice. We all saw
Every game.
Like,
it's on you.
Yeah. Those are 3 balls in your hands, man, throughout the game. You got to be able to take that heat. Now, the diving one, that's tough.
But yeah, that was tough.
Like 4th down, 4th and 3 to go for that call. Shout out to Brian Schottenheimer because that's a ballsy call. And it was there. Dak put it in the breadbasket again, but that's a tough catch. You put your body on the line. You already got the Butterfingers. So it's tough. And that rain delay definitely helped them. Hour, 5 minutes, like they needed that because it was right after they fumbled. Like the momentum could have really shifted. Miles Sanders fumbling, then we get hit with a rain delay. So that momentum that the Eagles should have been riding on forcing the turnover and the Cowboys being deflated, you had an hour and 5 minutes to go sit on that thing. And the momentum, the gates right there with the rain delay, and you come back on the field and the Eagles, they looked a little stiff prior to what they were doing in the first half where they put up 21 points and nobody could stop Jalen Hurts, which that dude, man, just cold as ice. He just, how do you look that comfortable? Collinsworth and them were talking about it yesterday. Like, yo, how does he look even more comfortable than he did on that Super Bowl run last year? Because there wasn't much open down the field. Like, get Matt Eberflus credit. No Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland. They did a good job against Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. Those guys really weren't a factor. But when things weren't open for Jalen Hurts, he just utilizes his legs. And it's not like Cowboys guys aren't there, but he just makes that hard, shift in the ground. And he gets you leaning one way, and then, oops, he's got you for 7 yards in the first down. It's impressive.
You mentioned that fumble by Miles Sanders. How about that tackle from Dak Prescott?
It's a good tackle.
To get Quinyon Mitchell down. Otherwise, that's a scoop and score. 90-yard scoop and score.
Very Ben Roethlisberger. Good move.
So Dak, give you some love, man. That was a good game. That was a good game from 4. Too bad.
Now Dak will throw you a hospital ball. That's what's scary, because that one, the Ferguson, which he should have caught, and Blankenship gave him a good one. They're getting that out of the game. You can't do that Ronnie Lott, John Lynch stuff no more. But you gotta hold those in. Like, that's the game right there. Like, putting in those tight windows, CeeDee Lamb cutting across the middle. I just heard Michael Irvin talking about that slant again. He was on the podcast with your boys, Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, now Up in Smoke podcast. Michael Irvin was like, they were asking him about the slant because they just watched the documentary too. And Michael Irvin, with his crazy ass, he was like, yeah, I know if I don't catch that slant, yes, I'm scared. Obviously, that's Ronnie Lott waiting for me. Hell yeah, I'm scared. But little Mike in his head would always tell him, yo, I know you scared, Mike, but we ain't going back to the ghetto. You don't catch these passes, you going right back to the projects of Fort Lauderdale, buddy. So Michael Irvin said, in order for me to keep this Hennessy flowing, to keep these cocaine rocks going, to keep all these strippers in the White House going crazy, and coming in butt ass naked to do anything I please, I got to catch this slant route. It's worth taking that shot to Ronnie Lott. Yeah, I might have a bruised ribs, but he got 3 rings to show for it. So how much you want it, CeeDee Lamb? How bad do you want it? You know what I'm saying? Because that's a game the Cowboys got to win. I'm sorry. You're not going to get those opportunities very often where their defense. Have you ever been spat on shit by another man? I ain't going to ask about a woman because that's a different story. But by another man, I've been spat on before, but not by another man. You know what I'm saying? That's Jaylen Carter. Good read, bro. Can you take a snap first?
I guess that's why he fell all the way to the 9th pick.
Yeah, because we know up here, Jaylen Carter doesn't make the best decisions. That was so stupid. And Dak got him. Dak instigated that thing. Like, Dak spit on the ground, but he spat towards Jaylen Carter. I don't know what Dak said. He definitely popped the trigger, though. There was something that he said to make Jaylen Carter go crazy. Maybe it was, yo, man, your stepdaddy that you didn't like used to suck your mama's toes back in the day and then used to spit them out like this. I don't know what he said. Was it something about his mama? Was it something about his girlfriend? Was it something about Kirby? Hey, I don't know.
Guess what? That's another good play by Dak. Dak had a bunch of good plays.
That's a great move. That might have been the play of the game by Dak Prescott. Screw all the other throws. Him getting Jaylen Carter out of the game before it even started. One of the most dominant tackles in the NFL. Yeah, good move. And again, if you're the Cowboys, how do you just throw that opportunity in the gutter? You're right there. You got them. You got them where you want them. You're scoring. They look good, man. That offense, even though George Pickens wasn't blocking no damn body, that offense, though, it was rolling. Dak looked good. CeeDee looked good early. The run game was popping a little bit with Williams. Javonte Williams looks solid. Like, now Cowboys fans are getting after Miles Sanders, because he couldn't outrun your boy Zach Bond. Oh, Zach Bond had explosive speed. They were mad that he caught him on that long run right before the fumble. Like, that's an all-pro linebacker. Like, let's give Miles Sanders a break. But Jaden Blue, that's why you bring in Jaden Blue. Because when Jaden Blue take that thing to the house.
I was going to say, we didn't see Jaden Blue.
No, I think he was a healthy scratch.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand that. Healthy scratch? What are we doing? Like, I'm taking Jaden Blue over Miles Sanders right now. Like, screw all the politics. Screw all the experience stuff. Miles Sanders just fumbled for you and lost you the game. You could argue that Miles Sanders lost you the game right there. Who won the turnover battle? Eagles. So why ain't Jaden Blue playing with the explosion that he has? Come on, man. It's a bad move. Man. Come on, Jerry. Jera. Come on. I know how you feel about them former Longhorns. You coming around. You like them more. Marion Overshown, you like those former Longhorns. Give them a chance.
Yeah, man, that was – I was like, okay. Yeah, Cowboys offense looked good. Now, maybe Dak Prescott looked so good because Jaylen Carter wasn't in the game.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll tip my cap to the Cowboys for staying in that one, having a chance. How about Andrew Makuba?
Yo, getting busy.
He was on that field. Did he start that game?
No, I want to say the other safety that was in front of him got hurt. So
yeah, he was on the field like almost immediately.
Yeah, he was on the field late and made some plays. Like, he was checking Jake Ferguson. Like, he was in the mix. And Dak went after him on that hospital ball that he threw Jake Ferguson. That was on Andrew Makuba. Like, he got Andrew Makuba, and if Blankenship wasn't there, that's a touchdown. But Andrew Makuba will learn. Like, that's what the good quarterbacks do. They know you're inexperienced. They 24, he a rookie. All right, I don't care how good his trajectory is or how good his future is going to be. Let's see what he is now, game one of his NFL career. Let's see if he's ready for this moment.
Hey, that experience is going to be so valuable because now he's got it out of the way. He's got the jitters out of the way. He knows what it's like. He knows he can do it. Yeah, I mean, I'm on the record 100 times saying I wish Makuba would have ended up with my Lions. Yeah. I think he's going to be a ball player. I need me a ball player. Yeah, that Cowboys defense they got work to do.
They got work to do. They were a lot better after the delay and everything because that's all they needed. They needed a 1 hour rest to recharge them batteries. And once they got that, they were a whole nother defense. Like, after the Miles Turner fumble or Sanders fumble and then the rain delay, they came back and they didn't allow any more touchdowns. They didn't allow Jalen Hurts to go crazy. They were sending more corner blitzes and more pressure. It's just that Jalen Hurts, he's so smart. Like, and I gave him a lot of crap. Around this time last year, I was giving him a lot of crap because I just didn't know. He just like, bro, you're too good to be true. And I'm a hater. Like, and he's pretty. My wife gawking at him and stuff. I don't like that. I don't like that, bro. You pretty and you good at football and you say all the right things. Like, you ain't got no demons in the closet, brother. Zero.
Well, he had demons when he fumbled that ball in that first Super Bowl he played in.
True.
Cost him the game.
But of course, he learned from that.
Yeah, learned, got back, got him a ring.
Yeah.
Got himself a check. A lot of them.
He wears the hoop earring in that one ear like MJ used to. And he's also a Jordan Brand athlete, and MJ's a mentor and a role model and stuff. And it's like, okay, bro.
He's a good dude, though.
He's a good guy.
He's a good dude. I covered him in the national championship against Clemson, did all the media day stuff. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
And he's low key. He's under the radar.
Yeah,
says the right
like you see him now in commercials and stuff, getting his ad game on, but it's just kind of like he has to do that. I don't think he necessarily wants to. And I want to say he has to do it because he has people in his family that he wants to take care of, and he knows he's going to help do that by all the money that he's racking in. So, yeah, I was way off on him. I am man enough to admit to this day how off I was on Jalen Hurts. And Jalen, I apologize, bro. You're the real deal. You are authentic. You are real. And you're a hell of a good ball player. I don't care what people say about that game managing stuff. He's a winner, and he does just enough. Like, everybody always likes to compare. Somebody said yesterday on social media, Chip, Jalen Hurts is just Justin Fields with talent. And I'm like, okay. Like, really? Like,
yeah, he's a lot better than Justin Fields. Justin Fields can't throw.
No.
Like, that's a problem. Jalen Hurts can throw. Jalen Hurts can sling it.
Yeah, so it's the dude's earned everything he's gotten. Saquon Barkley looked good early on yesterday, but the Cowboys did some good things. The fact that Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown didn't stand out as much as they could have. We know Deron Bland got paid. Him in this year was really good. Trayvon Diggs, if he could get over those injuries, we know how good that he could be. Even without Micah Parsons, they still got some guys could make a stop or make a big play at any time on the defensive side. Just the rest of the season, we also know that the offense, they're going to have to put up some points. Going to have to outscore some teams, and I think they can. Now, George Pickens, he's still unhinged and crazy as hell. Like, he was doing stuff yesterday that's just weird activity. You know, Dak overthrew him on the pass in the end zone, and he grabs Quinshon Mitchell's leg. Like, ball's incomplete, ref blows the whistle. He grabs Quinshon Mitchell's like calf and then like lets go. And Quinshon Mitchell like shrugs him off and nothing happens. It wasn't a flag or anything, but it's just weird stuff. And then I think Blankenship or DeJean was in the way on one of the blocks, and he just does a crazy hit to the face, and that gets called for a penalty. And you're like, bro, you haven't blocked anyone all game. There's literally a low light reel right now of George Pickens' blocking of last night or lack thereof, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look like you care. I get, bro, when the ball's not coming your way, there's a certain type of way you feel about it, but you still got to look engaged. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
you still got to put your own selfish needs aside and help try to win a football game.
Yeah, and that's where, if I'm Brian Schottenheimer and we're watching film, I'm addressing that immediately. Like, that's the stuff. You're Brian Schottenheimer. You can't have that stuff happen. Because George Pickens, that's what the knock was on with him.
Right.
Like, does he care? If he's not getting the ball, does he just freeze and become worthless because he's in his feelings and he's doing the classic wide receiver diva thing? And Mike Tomlin and them were like, yo, we can't take this stuff. Like, you're a good player, but that stuff ain't going to fly here.
Hey.
Kirby somehow controlled it. You know Kirby's crazy ass. I don't know how he controlled it, but
Mike Tomlin got the most he could out of Antonio Brown, and he got some good years out of George Pickens.
Yeah.
And then those guys go other places and they just completely go off the rails.
Yeah.
But Yeah, George Pickens. Now, I will say this. I've seen George Pickens make some of those layout catches.
Oh, yeah, he could catch. He could play.
So,
No, Quinyon Mitchell's one of the best corners in the league. There were times where he struggled last night covering CD and Pickens. Like, they're tough covers. So, yeah, Dak should have a lot of fun this year. I can't believe he tore those hamstrings off the bone, man. Like, he's had some bad injuries. Like, there's one thing to tweak a hamstring, but tearing that thing completely off the bone in two places, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was that severe. I thought it was just, hamstring issue that lingered so much so with how the Cowboys looked last year. He wasn't worth throwing back on the field. I didn't know it tore off the bone.
Well, sometimes when you tear it, it's better because you can have the surgery. Right. And it's a quicker recovery than if it's a minor tear and it needs time and blah. So that's a tricky one, but
yeah, they were saying 2 places. Like, damn, 2 places?
Damn.
Yo.
He needs to spend some time with Torrey Becton.
For real. And he didn't run at all. Like, I didn't see Dak scramble. He was good in the pocket, maneuvering and stuff, and getting in those good passing windows when the pressure was on him. But as far as scrambling, you didn't see that at all.
Yeah. Troy had Jaden Blue for some yardage and a touchdown on and he didn't see the field.
Yeah, that's really confusing. The inactive, healthy scratch. Like, I don't know.
I mean, they're playing Miles Sanders against his old team. They're probably thinking he's going to have a good old game. I mean,
how'd that work out for him?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Jaden Blue starts getting some run now. I mean, they kept him on the roster because, we know he has small hands. But if he wraps both of those limbs around it, 4 points of contact.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, tuck it in tight.
Let's see what he's got. Yeah. Let's see what the speedster from Klein Canes got.
It's hard to fumble when nobody could touch you.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, come on, Jara. Let's get it together.
Come on, Jara. All right, while we're on the subject of the NFL, did you see that Bill Belichick has banned New England Patriots scouts from North Carolina games?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
I'm like,
why are you this petty?
Why are you punishing your players?
Yeah.
Why are you punishing your players over your own pettiness? I mean, I know Zay appreciates some good pettiness, but now you're hurting your players.
Yeah.
That's
not like this. That's trash. And like him and Mike Vrabel should have a better relationship than that.
Right.
Like this was a guy that blood, sweat, and tears for you, Bill. Like, come on. And let's be honest, with what we saw on Monday, I don't think New England's going to be knocking on the door or ringing up the phone anyway for your players. Just keeping it a buck there. I'm pretty sure they're not losing any sleep over this. But still, there might be one or two that you got, diamonds in the roughs, that deserve an opportunity. And you're so petty with how things went down and how you left that you think this is a good idea. Or who knows, Chip, you know that he don't wear the pants no more. Maybe Jordan said, this is what you need to do.
Yeah.
And Bill was like, all right, babe.
Either way, players. So here's what Mike Vrabel said. He said, that's an individual choice, and we'll cross that bridge when we start looking at players. I'm going to focus on our football team. Of course, Vrabel, coaching the Patriots now. That's their prerogative to make the decision that they feel like is best for them, and then we'll have to find out the ways to get the information for any players that we want to look at from North Carolina. I mean, Bill, you making it harder for your players to get noticed or scouted, I'd be pissed if I was a player.
Yeah.
at Carolina, but that's just some top-notch pettiness.
Yeah, like is he doing this with the Raiders too? Like him and Tom still got that type of beef with Tom now being in the front office. Like just anyone that's scoring Bill Belichick, is he going to act like this? Because that's just.
By the way, 33 scouts from 22 teams were at the Texas-Ohio State game last week.
That's a lot.
33 scouts from 22 teams. By the way, Ohio State's press box is ginormous.
Is it really?
Yeah. Like Texas is building like a hunting shack for its press box over in the southeast corner. It's like so small. They're like, we can get 100 media members in there. I'm like, are we sitting on each other's laps?
What? Y'all been crammed in there talking to the players and stuff. It's been tight.
I don't get it.
I've seen the photos. I'm like, damn, it's tight in there.
What are we doing? Let's just put them at a table, where you put Sark, and so we don't have people crawling on top of each other. But anyway,
that's what Ohio State does. They do it on their practice field, like in their bubble.
Yeah.
They do it in there. They just put tables out on the field, on the turf, artificial turf, and very spacious. Looks very convenient too. But
yeah.
I feel like Ohio State, they got a lot of good things going. I don't think it'd be dumb to look at that and maybe poach some things, if you will.
Right. Well, I'll count up how many scouts show up to the San Jose State game. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. 11 a.m. tomorrow. Kegs and eggs.
Yeah.
DKR.
It's supposed to be hot. I mean, it's been hot this week.
Yeah, it's been hot.
Ooh.
It's been hot. It's gonna be hot.
82.
It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot closer to the end of the game. Although they're saying some cloud cover, so it might not be so hot. They're saying high of 86.
Okay.
You'll take that. Today's high of 97. But then some cloud cover comes in. So yeah, might not be so toasty.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure this team's really excited to get back out there tomorrow after what happened on Saturday. I'm sure 16 could be more excited to get back out there because it's been a rough week. I mean, he's heard a lot of negativity on his name, or maybe he hasn't. Maybe he's went 0 dark 30 and completely shut his phone off and has just been locked in on getting better each and every day like he has to do.
Well, he's going to have to do that. He's probably, well, he's never had to do it like he has now. But if he was peaking and all that, then, if he's a guy who likes to keep receipts, then he's got to make sure that he can separate the emotion of it and just use it as, determination to be as focused as possible and not get emotional about it. Like, I'll show him, I'm going to throw this deep ball and try and force something. And I don't think he will, because I go back to what he did against ULM last year, where he forced a couple, got picked, came back the next week, and 26 of 31, 325 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 1 touchdown rushing. I expect him to look really composed and hopefully with some juice. I mean, coming back home for 3 weeks, and San Jose State's gonna try to gamble, do some stuff out of the norm to try and get him uncomfortable, hit him, and he's got to make him pay. So I mean, San Jose State's defense, they gave up 16 to Central Michigan, although they gave up they gave up 236 yards rushing.
I mean, it took 50 carries for all that, but that's still a lot.
Right. So are they gonna? I mean, I'm sure San Jose State will dare them with a light box and then send everybody flying back into the box, trying to, dare them to run. Or although the way Arch was skipping passes last week, maybe you want him to, throw a few balls early, see what that looks like, see if he's gotten over it, see if he's, dialed in or not. Either way, Texas is going to wear them down and wear them out. At least they should.
Yeah. So. I feel like Sark's going to, in the script, that first drive script, you're going to see a lot of design stuff to get Arch in the rhythm and to get him comfortable with just the speed of the game, something that he wasn't this past Saturday. And obviously the Jimmies and the Joes that San Jose State has, a lot different than what they have in Columbus. So that should make things easier to where your mechanics and fundamentals, they're polished up. They're not going to be as crazy and all over the place as it was at the shoe, because everything that Matt Patricia was throwing them, it was just so overwhelming for Arch. And now when you're playing a lesser team that you're supposed to beat the hell out of, you get back to the basics. And he got to find that joy. You talked about it earlier this week. Like, he wasn't having any fun. And he said it himself. He plays his best when he's having fun. There was zero fun. Like Denzel Washington, remember the Titans, zero fun, sir. There's no fun against Ohio State. None. Not at all. Like, damn, maybe he needs some Warby goggles, not just glasses, because the way that he was not seeing guys, it was confusing.
Well, they should be able to run the exact same plays.
Right.
And win this game going away. Like, you don't need to show anything new. Run the same stuff you did last week and see how much better it is. And, keep working on the G14 classified stuff for Florida behind the scenes and run the same damn plays you ran against Ohio State the next 3 weeks. And, get these guys some confidence and get Arch some confidence and get some chemistry going. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And at what point, because Sark said we're going to play a bunch of dudes. He kept using the excuse it's going to be hot. Now it may not be that hot, but he plays guys in the first half. You could see 30 guys on defense in the first half. And so I think we'll see a bunch of guys we didn't see. Khalil Lockett, from the receiver standpoint, maybe Jamie French, Michael Terry. Now, those guys, I think Khalil Lockett, Sark said it would have been Ryan Niblett next. So we should see Niblett some, which I think is encouraging, because I think he could be, the Jaden Blue, Keelan Robinson role in this offense. So let's see what that looks like. Let's see him catch a punt, for crying out loud.
Yeah, he can't be scared to catch the ball. I felt like he was a little timid to muff it. Like,
yeah, I mean, this is what he was doing the whole game. It was like, hey, that's where the ball's going to bounce. That's where I should be catching the ball, but I'm not going to. I'm going to let it bounce.
I put DeAndre Moore back there just so I could catch it. Especially if DeAndre Moore is going to get the lack of touches that he got this past Saturday. Get DeAndre Moore the ball any way you can. Now kickoff, why the hell CJ Baxter and Contravian Wiseman back there? I keep coming back to that because it still doesn't make much sense to me. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Like, you got a lot of fast guys.
Right. Maybe we see some other guys get a a look.
Yeah, let's get some burn. Like, I don't know what Jeff Banks' logic is there. Last year, Matthew Golden, that made sense. Having Silas Bolden back there, that made sense. What Ryan Niblett show does, what Contrarian Weiser, CJ Baxter, I don't know if that's a good thing for the long haul. I might, let's see what the other guys could do. Because catching the ball, that's just the main thing. I need somebody that's not gonna muff it. Muff the hell out. Your boy, Kansas State running back, Dalen Edwards, that game in Ireland against Iowa State. He muffed that punt, got hurt, and then left the team.
Damn.
Then left the team. He
Why'd
said,
it be like that?
The promises that were promised to him in Manhattan, Kansas, weren't applied, weren't real. So he said, I'm sorry, Chris Kleiman, but I can't help you no more. And just left. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. College football is insane. College sports is insane right now. But my point is, I just need somebody to catch the ball. That's it. Just put somebody out there that can catch it, that's willing to catch it, that ain't scared. We'll think about what happens after the ball's caught. But that play where Ryan Niblett didn't catch the ball late and let that thing bounce and roll and roll. Little things like that in that type of game, critical, man. They're huge. So I want to see those little things this weekend. Maybe it's Dalen McCutcheon. Why not? The way that they talk about Dalen McCutcheon, let him get a little taste. Let him see what's up. Like, I like Dalen McCutcheon. That ball that he caught to keep the chains moving, that was a third down. That was huge.
Yeah, 2nd and 1. But yeah, his reception went for first down.
Yeah.
All right, Jose says, Chip, why don't we have any speed this season? No explosiveness on the roster. You got to hit guys in stride for them to be explosive. If you're catching balls behind you at your kneecaps, you're having to stop. And then you got defenders coming flying at you. You look like you're in molasses. If you hit guys in stride, then you see their explosiveness. Then you get to see them drop some shake on people and, stutter them and juke them and run away from them. So there's speed. They need the ball in stride. I mean, look at Wingo. When he took that handoff, he was out the gate, I mean.
Yeah, Texas fans, y'all been blessed with Xavier Worthy and Matthew Golden, guys that ran 4.29s.
Yeah, but Chris Jackson says Wingo runs 4.3, so he just needs the ball where he can put some yak yards on it. Because against Ohio State, if you have to slow down to make a catch, it looks terrible. It looks terrible. There's speed. Now, I don't know how much speed the running backs have, but they're solid. Emmitt Smith wasn't fast, and Emmitt Smith made everybody miss point blank range, great feet, great contact balance. So, but there is speed on the perimeter. They just got to catch balls in stride, and Arch can help show you their speed by doing that, which I fully expect he will, because dude's he is an accurate passer. I don't know what the hell he was doing, opening up his stance and throwing sidearm. I mean, that was
Uncle Rico. How much you want to bet I can throw the ball over these mountains? How much you want to bet I can throw the ball over these mountains, man?
That's the last thing you want, is to be compared to Uncle Rico. And in your first start on the road, you're getting compared to Uncle Rico. So that alone should have Arch coming out throwing dimes all over the place. Maybe who was it? Rocco Back, who was like only missed one pass last week against South Dakota?
Nah, for real.
somebody had a 20 of 21 game last week. It might have been Rocco. Let me see. I might be dreaming that, but let me see here.
If he did all that, that's mad impressive. Like, I can't even lie.
Okay, so he was 19 of 20.
Damn.
95% completion. 19 of 20 for 278, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Rocco Beck last week in a 55-7 beatdown of South Dakota. Homer said, watch out for the Dakotas. Yeah, Roy, I'm with you on this because unless you got Ryan Niblett back there with his 10-3 speed, I'm not quite sure what the thought process is there. Maybe they think they got great blocking, but yeah, Quintravian Wise, he had the kick return out to 30 to begin the game, and then they never did a thing on a kick return after that.
And that didn't even count because CJ Baxter did this. He weighed fair catch.
Right.
So he got back to the 25.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
What are we doing? I mean,
I love those guys. Those are the leaders of the team. But
right. No. Like, get on the same page here.
Yeah.
Let's not have one guy going and the other guy going.
Yeah.
But
I mean, at the same time, 22 personnel, 21 personnel. I'd like to see that a little bit more.
Hold on a minute, because special teams wise, outside of Jack Bouwmeester last week, not great.
Not great.
Thank God for Jack Bouwmeester. That guy's dropping punts at the 2, 3, 8.
Yeah.
Like he put a big old bunch of lipstick on a special teams pig last week. We never even saw Mason Shipley. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
Taff almost got there on the punt block, but yeah, they need special teams to be a plus. So maybe the 2 running backs back there for Ohio State were because they're trusted and sure-handed, and you don't want to put a guy who's never been back there like Niblett against Ohio State in that environment because you don't want him to. I don't know. The coaches know these players better than, we know what they're capable of in game action better than we do, but we also know that Ryan Niblett's one of the fastest guys on the team. They love him. Everything he's ever been asked to do, he's done. So put him in a position to have some success.
Yeah.
Which hopefully is, he's in the receiver room now. If it means motioning him into the backfield and letting him.
Can the brother get some stability? Like, they had him come in as a running back / receiver. Then they put him on defense. Now he's back on offense. Like, the dude's had just a lot.
He's had a journey.
Yes, crazy journey.
So let's get him the rock.
Yeah.
Get him the rock in space.
I just hope he can catch the ball because I don't think anything irks me more than a muff punt. That drives me insane because you just got a good offense or any offense off the field. So you feel great.
Right.
Like, great. No points are being put up on the board. They have to punt it to us. Now we get a chance to go score. And then we've seen it change so many games. Guys just not being able to haul it in.
Well, and look what Jeff Banks did with Xavier Worthy. Worthy had never returned punts in his life, didn't want to return punts. And Jeff Banks said, get back there.
Yeah, he was scared at first.
We're going to teach you how to do it, and you're going to have a chance to make some big plays. And Worthy was like, oh, big plays?
Yeah.
And he became a weapon.
And big money.
Yeah.
And big money.
Right. Adds value.
Yeah.
That's how Silas Bolden made the Texans practice squad, because he adds value. He caught everything they threw him, and he finally broke a punt return last year against Arizona State.
Yeah, I'll give him that. He was super aggressive, but he never muffed anything.
Right.
Like he
Right,
was
you can say he was insane to catch some of the punts that he caught, but he caught them.
They caught him. Yeah.
And then
the
he
only time he fumbled was in the Cotton Bowl, where he fumbled, but it came back to him. That's it. That's the only time where he gave Longhorn fans a little scare. But besides that, yeah, he was solid. Now, Xavier Worthy, he fumbled against Baylor one time on the muff punt.
You ever been to you ever ridden the you ever been to Disney World?
No. I'm not a Disney guy.
Okay. Well, there's that ride. Oh God, what is it? Where it's the Haunted Mansion. You go up there and then they're dropping you, and then they're raising you up, and you don't know when you're going to be dropping or going up, or Tower of Terror. And that's what Silas Bolden's punt returns were like.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh God, he's not going to catch that, right? He's not. Did he wave a fair cat? No. Blast.
Yeah. He let it bounce too. Sometimes he let it bounce, and then he get it and try to make a quick move.
Now Niblett did that last Saturday. He caught one on the bounce. He made about 4 yards, but yeah, man.
Yeah, just catch it.
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 I don't know that Ryan Niblett caught a punt out of the air against Ohio State. I don't remember it. He did grab that one on the bounce. The others, he let bounce, and some of them were toward the sideline. I get that. But good Lord, that last punt, you had to catch that one.
That's a lot of pressure, man. You don't want to be that
And then
guy.
he said he was doing this coming off the field.
Yeah.
Like,
Smart.
I couldn't see.
Smart.
Couldn't see, so I couldn't get near it. All right, well, we need to get you some outfielder goggles. You just flip those things down, catch that ball, get some better eye black. Half of these guys are wearing eye black now so they can draw designs on their face.
It's a lot.
I mean, Jackson Dart. I think Parker's got the crosses, right? Parker Livingstone.
I don't know. I wasn't looking at his face like that in the game.
Yeah. Well,
I think these wide receivers have speed. I think.
Oh yeah, they got speed. Sark ain't gonna have. He ain't gonna have receivers without speed. That's. Yeah. I mean, they're bigger.
Could make you look like you don't have speed with a scheme that Matt Patricia put together that day, and with Arch seeing ghosts like he did. So yeah, I heard Urban Meyer say that. Urban Meyer on one of his podcasts or videos and stuff, he was like, "What I've noticed with Texas is they don't got any explosive players. They don't got any guys. I didn't see anybody stand out." And I'm like, Urban, like you of all people should know the talent in Columbus, bruh. Like, let's not be naive to the talent on that other side. Like, let's Arch.
Yeah, but it wasn't even that. It was that they weren't getting the ball in stride. Because like I said, when Wingo took the reverse, he was flying. You know, he was running so fast, he ran past a blocker and ran into trouble. He got 7-8 yards off of it. But I would run more of that stuff.
Yeah.
I'd run more of that stuff, because even if they know it's coming, if you get an explosive guy like that, you know, he can make a play out of it. He can make someone miss. You know, that's a play you could run for Niblett for sure. So I'd like to see, and I wrote this because I did a story this morning over at Horns 24/7 on 15 players who barely saw the field or didn't see the field on offense or defense, who I'd like to see over these next 3 games. And Ryan Niblett is in my top 3 because we know he's got jets. So put him in a position to use his jets, whether it's a wide receiver screen with a guy like DeAndre Moore blocking out there for him, or a reverse, something that he gets the ball on the move, because that's what they did with Keelan Robinson. And Keelan Robinson had two of the biggest plays in the Big 12 championship game, 23.
And I still don't know they gave him the ball enough.
Right. And Jaden Blue, how good was he down the stretch of last year with that catch where he's got a defender all over him, one-handed catch in the back of the end zone against A&M? The two catches, one against man, one against zone against Ohio State, where he played them both perfect. Yeah, man. Yeah. No, they got explosive players. You know, Kalik Lockett can fly. Dalen McCutcheon can, you know, I mean, we had Todd Dodge on. He said he's probably 4'5". That's plenty.
Yeah, you take that. I
mean, Jerry Rice was 4'6", and he got where he needed to go. So
get off though, boy. Ooh, Jerry was so light on his feet, man. That boy Jerry, he didn't care about nothing.
He knew how to he knew how to get separation at the top of his route, man.
It was so easy.
DBs were like, they couldn't read him.
No.
So they're like,
nice guy too. Sweet man. But he had that asshole in him. Deep in him, that warrior. Yeah. He still, for someone being the best wide receiver ever, he still doesn't get the credit I think he deserves. And that's probably because he wasn't doing all that diva crying BS that we saw from Randy and T.O. As good as they were, those guys, they could be a distraction at times. Jerry wasn't that. He wasn't cussing out Montana or Steve Young or doing any of those crazy antics. He just, if it wasn't his Sunday, it wasn't his Sunday. But I'm sure next Sunday will be his Sunday. That's how Jerry looked at things.
What's crazy is that after his career in San Francisco, he goes to the Raiders with that old-ass team.
Oh, they were old as hell.
Tim Brown and Jerry Rice were both receivers on that team. They're in their late 30s. Rich Gannon.
Cold.
Almost 40.
Cold.
And
Super Bowls.
And they got beat by Brad Johnson and the John Gruden-led Buccaneers.
Now, that was the worst.
I have a rule, by the way. If the Buccaneers ever make it to another Super Bowl, they got to wear the creamsicles.
They're not doing that.
That's ridiculous. They should wear the creamsicles.
Colors. They need to bring those colors back.
Creamsicles are amazing.
No, they're fire. I agree. I don't know why they went to their red colors. Like, I don't know why teams do that when they go on the complete transformation of what their colors used to be. Because nowadays, you can make the creamsicles look even better than what they used to. You know?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the colors that they have now, they're fine and all, but yeah, you're right. The creamsicles, nothing's going to be that fire.
Yeah, like some people thought that they got rid of them because they were terrible in those years. But what better way to say it ain't the jersey? It's the Jimmies and the Joes. We're going to wear the creamsicles. Like I said, they should have worn the creamsicles in that Super Bowl where they beat Tim Brown and Jerry Rice and Rich Gannon in that Super Bowl. The MVP of that Super Bowl, you remember?
Wasn't that the corner?
Yeah. Dexter Pittman.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, that defense was stingy, man. Simeon Rice, Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch, Rondé Barber. I love that defense.
Booger McFarland.
Yeah, Booger McFarland. I love that defense.
Oh, yeah.
The defense was fun.
That defense.
Now, Jerry Rice, the only thing he did bad in his career was when he had those short-ass braids. That was a bad move. He was way too old to be rocking them tiny-ass braids.
All right, Dexter Jackson, not Dexter Pittman. Dexter Pittman played basketball in Texas. Sexy Dexy.
Sexy Dexy.
Dexter Jackson was the MVP.
Nah, Dexter Pickens got him that Miami Heat ring. Remember?
Yeah, man.
I think he's coaching like a AAU program right now.
Okay.
Dexter Pittman.
All right. We'll ask the audience what do y'all want to see tomorrow from the Longhorns? What do you want to see, Zay? I told you what I wanted to see.
Numbers. Want to see numbers put up on that scoreboard in a very petty, salty, angry way.
Okay, what's your we got predictions coming up at the end of the show, and you get to pick. You can do college for your 3 picks. You can mix it.
Oh, that's what we're doing? I thought we were doing 3 each.
Okay, let's do 3 each.
Let's do 3 each. NFL's back. We got to do 3 each.
Let's do 3 each.
I was horrible last week. We didn't go over my numbers. I was so bad. I don't think I got a pick right last week. This is one of the worst starts I've ever had in picking.
Last week?
Last week. I think I had Clemson. I think I had Notre Dame. I think I did have Texas. Like, it was just a rough week for your boy.
Well, I think I had a rough week too. Let's see what we did here.
Like Cade Klubnik, 19 for 38. Dabo Sweeney, like 1.1 yards on the ground, average.
Yeah, that was bad.
Dabo. And then getting shown up by Brian Kelly in the presser, getting completely embarrassed by Brian freaking Kelly. Cape Cod's finest in the presser. It's a bad look, Dabo.
You had Texas, Syracuse, and North Carolina. That's 0 for 3. And I had Texas, Syracuse, and UTSA. That's 0 for 3.
Damn.
So you are now 1-5, and I am now 3-3.
Yeah.
So let us repeat. Do not use these in your betting parlays until we get a feel.
Yeah, I gotta get a good feel, man.
Get a feel.
Bill Belichick, man, he pissed me off. I've been on the Bill Belichick train, man. Everybody else has been dragging him, been dragging his love life, all this, and Bill just. I'm trying to say that ain't so. Look at these TCU players after the game. Look how petty this was. Monday night.
You love that.
Oh, I love it. It's incredible. I am showing Chip and the people who are watching us on YouTube right now, for the folks in the app, the picture of Bill Belichick and his lovely girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, when they were, I guess, at the beach, and she was doing the mermaid thing, and he was wearing the fisherman fit, and he's pretending like he fished her out of the ocean. Well, TCU players had to reenact that on Carolina's field in their end zone. And y'all know me, I'm petty as hell. This is a great move. I feel him. But now, look, this is what people think of North Carolina football. And now he's being petty towards his players because of his hatred for the New England Patriots, which shouldn't be hatred. Like, Bill, those are some of the best times of your life, bro. Like, it didn't end the way you wanted to. So what? So what? Mike Vrabel should be your guy. You should be doing anything possible to help Mike Vrabel with what he did for you. Like I said earlier, blood, sweat, and tears Mike Vrabel gave for Bill Belichick and those Patriots. So now that he's taken over, don't you want him to succeed? Like, and New England, they didn't have to give Bill Belichick a shot back in the day either. It wasn't like his track record, besides being Bill Parcells' ace, was that good. Because you could have said, Belichick, we like you and all, but feel like Parcells is that guy. Kind of like what you be saying about Matt Patricia with Belichick. Like, yeah. Parcells, he's the one with the keys to the whip, bruh. You just in the passenger seat chilling. passenger princess. But they gave him a shot. They drafted well. They had Brewski and Willie McGinnis and Ty Law and just all those dogs. And then they get the best quarterback of all time, and the rest is history. So, Jordan can't be running this fool's life that much, Chip. Not that it was fun. It was cute for a while. I had a good time with it. But come on, the nookie can't be that insane. It can't be. It can't be.
You know how this works. Somewhere, every hot babe, there's a guy who's sick of her attitude. So no matter how hot she is, no matter what she's doing behind closed door, if she is annoying, it's over. Now, sometimes it takes longer for that annoying to really kick in because the nookie is that good. But, eventually it wears off. It is undefeated, but eventually it wears off. So,
yeah.
And Bill, look at Bill. Look at his profile the next time you see him. I don't know if he can see his nether regions over that belly. You know what I mean?
Oh, man, come on.
And he's 70 something.
Yo, those big old biddies are going crazy. Them shirts that he rocking, them things, bouncing Betty in the rounds. Like, dang, Bill.
The hoodies, the
hoodies fit different.
He's ripping sleeves off those things.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing. But he's banning the scouts from the Patriots.
That's wrong,
from man. North Carolina games. I do know that.
That's so wrong. Come on, you're better than that, Bill. You're better than that.
All right, we got y'all tell us what y'all want to see from the Longhorns starting Saturday. Zay wants a bunch of numbers up on the scoreboard. Yeah, I think everyone wants to see Arch look relaxed and comfortable and hitting his receivers in stride, and this defense continue to put the clamps on people, force some turnovers, special teams, someone other than Jack Bowmeister make a play. That's a good start.
Good start. Yeah.
That's a good start.
Yeah. Colin Simmons, man. Where you at, baby? Where you at? It's been.
I mean, they're gonna game plan him. He's gonna have to fight through the first guy and the second guy. There's gonna be an H-back sitting there. There's gonna be a running back sitting there, which means leave Ethan Burke on the field, because if you're counting on Trey Moore to get there, he doesn't do anything for the first 6 games of the season.
Yeah, that's not true, man.
You don't need to bring him in until game 6. Last year,
it was 1 year.
It was the Vanderbilt game when he started making plays, and you know it. That's true.
I remember, yes.
Vanderbilt, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games into the season was Vanderbilt. October 26th.
Yo, Coach 420, don't put this on me.
Coach 420, I need to hear from you.
420, don't put this on me, bro.
Big Ocho.
All Chip. Big Ocho.
Oh. Of course it was game 8. He's the Big Ocho. He shows up in game 8. So he doesn't need to play for the first 7 games. You play him in the 8th game. The 8th game this year is Mississippi State. That's right. We're playing the Big Ocho starting against Mississippi State, and then he's going to tear it up. But those first 7 games, I need Ethan Burke in there shoving people back into the quarterback. Coach 420, you know I love you. You know I gave the Big Ocho all the credit in the world. His last – how many games they play last year? 12-3, 15. His last 7 games were money. Big plays. against A&M, against Georgia. He knocked Carson Beck to Miami. Big Ocho knocked Carson Beck all the way to Miami.
All the way to Miami, all the way to South Beach.
He was dynamite the last. Man.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't bad against Ohio State.
Wasn't bad. He made no plays. Zero.
No. He was great on defense.
Nobody was great. Nobody was great. But what I was confused about, and we knew, they were like, Trey Moore, he's playing off-ball linebacker, blah, 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 blah. Every time I saw him, he was on the line.
Yeah, that was confusing.
And so it's like, okay, we've seen this. And he was standing up. Yeah. And when he stands up, he tends to read too much, and he's not engaging and knocking people back. Like, he becomes the easiest guy to block on the field. He's just standing there. I played tight end on JV in high school. And whenever I had those defensive ends who would just stand up and look to see if the play was coming their way, I was like, this is the easiest thing in the world. Trey Moore the thing I like about Burke is he's coming into your chest and he's going to push you back into the pocket and then shed the guy like Baron Sorrell if it's a run and make that play. So I'm just saying, I'm with you, Coach 420, but let's maximize the talents. And I don't need big Ethan Burke sitting there watching. He tipped a pass too. Didn't even get credit for it. It was on the play where they were like where Grayson Littleton broke up, and so they were like, "Oh, that was pass interference." Nope, Ethan Burke tipped it.
Yeah,
there's no interference after a tip ball. So, all right, yeah, tell us what y'all want to see, Coach 420. You tell us what you want to see. You want to see the Big Ocho? Tell me what play Big Ocho's going to make, because Coach 420 was right down the stretch. He was like, Big Ocho's going to have a sack, going to have a forced fumble, and he did. So let me know. Maybe I'm being too hard. I just saw a lot of standing and reading. And I don't need that. No, sir. All right.
Yeah.
All right, we got some other games. We can just start it off. Okay, so Illinois at Duke. Zay. Hummer. Oh no, it was Lance who said watch out for Duke in this game. Illinois is favored by 2.5 at Duke. And Lance said, watch out for Duke. This is Manny Diaz's Duke. And they got the $5 million man.
Messiah. What's his name?
The quarterback.
Mensa.
AJ Bensa.
I don't think that's his name.
Well,
Mensa's okay. Right. AJ, I don't know where you're getting that from. I see like Darian.
Yeah, it's Darian Mensa.
Okay.
So in week 1, Darian, $5 million man, 27 of 34, 389 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, in a win over Elon.
Musk? Elon Musk. He has a university now?
Elon is a beautiful school in North Carolina.
Okay.
But hey, 27 to 34, that's a 80% completion rate. You'll take that. 389 yards passing. His receivers love that. That's beautiful. Let's see what he's got against Illinois. Because I like Illinois. Now, I don't know what happened to Terrence Brooks. Has anyone seen Terrence Brooks? Because I don't Is he still with Illinois?
I don't think he's there no more. Because their secondary was pretty good last year, which means he didn't play much, if you ask me. I know that's cold to say, but that dude Terrence Brooks, I don't know if he's a G5 guy, but I think he was playing a little over his skis when he was at Texas. Great football body, though. Like the measurements, you like that. That's what you stand on if you're Terrence Brooks. But the technique, the fundamentals, the hips, tracking the ball, understanding the game, the playbook. Damn, CB never found a home.
Is he still in the portal?
That's down bad. That's tough.
Damn.
Somebody say he's with Texas State. See, G5. Texas State, you'll take that. Terrence Brooks, you'll take that. Let me ask CB.
Now he's right down the road from all of his boys in Austin, if that's true. Let me see if that's the case. Texas State, by the way, huge game that Zay cares nothing about. Texas State at UTSA. Battle of the two rising star coaches. Jeff Traylor versus GJ Kinney. Bobcats favored by 4.5 Roadrunners favored by 4.5 in San Antonio at 2:30. Man, Jeff Traylor needs this one. Jeff Traylor needs one. No, but he needs to remind everybody that he's the rising star coach, right? He can't be losing to GJ. Otherwise, GJ's going to get the jobs, and Traylor's not.
That's why you can never wait. When you're hot, you got to strike because it'll pass you by if you let it. You know,
he could have had Houston. He could have had Houston. He turned that down. They hired Willie Fritz. Yeah, they lost to A&M 42-24. That was rough.
Yeah, he's waiting on that Arkansas gig.
Well, yeah, he wants something in Texas or Arkansas. But now maybe he's opened up the possibilities. But, man, his team can run the ball. They ran for 200 yards against A&M. That Robert Henry guy, 16 carries, 177 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Damn, Aggies.
Yeah.
That was
one of the – like, Marcel Reed played really well in this game and kind of covered up some stink on Elko's defense because you give up 200 yards rushing to UTSA.
Nice.
Now, again, well coached, but man,
I like that. I like the sound of that. Oh, Elko ain't as buttoned up as we thought, huh?
They got some
losing like 3 or 4 guys in the NFL. That's tough, ain't it?
They got some fixing to do.
And those guys were kind of fraud. Shamar Stewart and all them. Those dudes,
a little bit.
Those dudes, they're all hype. They're all, future guys. I don't think what they did at A&M, they're potential players.
Guess who's playing a prominent role for the UTSA defense? Kendrick Blackshire.
Yep.
Kendrick Blackshire had 5 tackles in that game. They got Shad Banks, too. Damn.
Yeah, Kendrick Blackshire, one of those disappointing stories. You thought he was going to come to Texas and be a key part. Like Kendrick Blackshire, talk about getting off the bus, guys. He's one of them dudes. Like his physique, that's an NFL type physique, but does he have that NFL want to? I don't think he does. There was some type of disconnect with him at Texas to where it just didn't work out at all. Like, well, he was already out before the season started.
Remember, he came in, he was like 260. Now he's down to 230. Like he redshirted last year because he was so out of shape. Now he's at 230. He's making plays. He thought he was just going to roll up in here. I'm from Alabama. They're like, you're 260. And you're moving like a big old, you're moving like a crate. So you ain't playing. He's like, I'll just go on down here to San Antonio.
Yeah, let's go down South I-35.
Trailer's like, yeah, man, you're 260. Let's get you in shape. You come back next year and you wreak havoc. I may just take UTSA because of Kendrick Blackshire being 230.
So you think they're going to win because Kendrick Blackshire is now on a good diet?
He's moving around, making some plays.
Loose. Shirts fit better.
Yeah, look good, feel good, play good, pay good. I don't know.
Yeah,
he's going to need some help because UTSA's quarterback play last week. And he's still got that he's still got one of those flying McCowns, Owen McCown.
There's still a McCown in college football?
Yeah, but he's one of the kids of the McCowns.
Damn.
Owen McCown, he was 19 of 32 for 121, no touchdowns, no picks. And then a guy named Brandon Tennyson came in and was 2 of 2 for 49 yards and a touchdown.
Uh-oh, got a battle.
We might have a battle.
Might have a battle.
There might be a battle. Might be a battle.
There's always a battle, y'all. Don't think that your job is safe and secure just because the season started. Because old boy that got hurt for the Eagles yesterday, that was starting in front of Andrew Makuba, that's it, brother. That's it. I don't know when you're getting back from injury. I'm sure you're going to play. But as far as your reps, Andrew Makuba is stealing those reps. Stealing them. Robbery.
Stolen.
There's nothing that you can do about it. Like, that's just part of the game. That's why, Steve Sarkisian always sticks with me when Sark says back during his BYU days when he got nicked up and the backup came in and Sark was like, yo, take me up and get me out there, man. I can't have this dude trying to steal my reps. This is my time. Screw that. Hey, it happens. Everyone. Nobody's safe. So you better keep grinding. Damn, Blackshire had tight hips, thick ankles. I wasn't looking at that physique like that. But 230 though, that's you talking about 260, Trevor. 230 Kendrick Blackshire. Them ankles slimmed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Them hips might have loosened up a little bit. Ankles is crazy. Ankles is crazy. But good for Kendrick Blackshire. I'm still hurt that he's not at Texas because that should have been something. The whole Alabama to Texas thing just hasn't worked out. From Isaiah Bond, Kendrick Blackshire, Ajay Hall. What's my man's name? I got the boot off the whip. Ajay Hall.
Ajay Hall.
Ajay Hall. I feel like there's somebody else that came from Bama to Texas and then didn't.
Yeah, Jaleel Billingsley.
Yeah, Jaleel Billingsley, exactly.
That dude also came in like, oh, I got this.
Yeah, Amari Nyblack. Like, is there ever been a good, like, Isaiah Bond was close.
Keelan Robinson.
Keelan Robinson. There we go. And he didn't get the touches he deserved, but Keelan Robinson, we'll take
well,
that.
He got some. Keelan Robinson was a key part of he was on special teams, blocking kicks. He had 2 huge plays in the Big 12 championship game in 2023. He had a touchdown against Houston. Keelan Robinson he was a plus player from Alabama. The others.
But you also thought that 2023 year, his volume would rise based off Jonathan Brooks.
But you had Bijan.
Okay.
Oh, no, you didn't.
No. That's 2022.
Yeah, he was gone.
Yeah. No, when Jonathan Brooks got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, I get Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter solid, but Keelan Robinson, can he get some more reps somewhere? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we know Sark loves speed, and Keelan Robinson has speed. All right, so all right, Baylor SMU.
It's a tough game, Dave Aranda.
Baylor SMU. Baylor is at SMU.
It's a hot seat game for Dave.
And this game is at 11 a.m. I can't believe it's at 11 a.m. SMU's favored by 3. SMU handled business last week. Took a minute, but they pulled away. And let me see how my man Kevin Jennings did, because he's the key to the operation. He makes things happen. He was 22 of 30, 260 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. So 73% completion rate. Now, they didn't run it great against
East Texas A&M.
East Texas A&M.
Come on, man. East Texas A&M. Didn't they used to be D2?
Yeah, this used to be Texas A&M Commerce.
Oh, okay.
That's
my go-to line when people are insanely racist to me and ask me if I played, just because I'm a big fat man that's 6'4", and they assume since I live in the state of Texas that I played football. I always lie and say Texas A&M Commerce just to make them feel good about themselves. And also, I know they can't look me up to see if it's facts or not, because it's commerce. Like, they're not keeping up with that stuff back then. Now that they're D1, they probably are. But, oh, yeah, that's been a go-to for years.
SMU had 2 pick sixes in this game.
Wow.
I don't know if that's good or bad. The offense turned it over 3 times, only averaged 140 yards rushing, or only had 140 yards rushing on 33 carries. And the SMU defense gave up 244 yards passing. Not great to A&M Commerce. Yeah, SMU lost the turnover battle.
Damn. Still won by almost 30, though.
Yeah, but that was because of those 2 pick sixes. I don't know. Yeah, this game could be tight. Super tight.
This is a tough early schedule for Dave Aranda. Like, it's a tough non-conference schedule.
Yeah, they do. They do. All right. We got Iowa State. We got
Rocco.
Rocco, yeah, Rocco. Come on, Rocco.
You got me on the Rocco train, man. 19 for 20. And I watched that whole Iowa State, Kansas State game a couple of weeks ago, week 0. I just like Rocco's demeanor, man. He just has, talk about control. He just has everything on lock. Ain't nothing too crazy. Not the most athletic guy. Doesn't have the biggest arm. Just solid.
Yeah.
Just solid.
Solid. Can make some plays with his legs when he has to. Yeah, in Iowa, they're supposed to have that Gronowski guy. They threw for now they ran it, but they threw for 47 yards or something.
Your girl Caitlin Clark might be there. She out for the season. She ain't got nothing else to do.
Oh, she'd make the trip to Ames.
Yeah. Go support her Hawkeyes.
So Iowa beat the Albany Great Danes last week, 34-7. And Mark Gronowski, the Iowa quarterback, was 8 of 15 for 44 yards. Now, Iowa ran it for 310 yards.
That's fun.
But they only completed 9 passes for 48 yards. So, yeah, let's see how that Iowa State run defense is, because Iowa's going to pound it, baby.
That's all they ever do.
Yeah, this will be a
good rivalry, man. It's a good rivalry.
Yeah.
Fun because George Kittle and Brock Purdy always bet on the game, and the loser always has to do an interview with the opposing team's helmet on. So George Kittle's worn a Cyclone helmet for the last few seasons doing an interview, and both of those guys are good sports, but it's funny.
Ole Miss at Kentucky.
Austin Simmons, man. Austin Simmons, 19-year-old graduate.
Lefty.
That's a crazy story. He already has his undergrad degree at 19 years old. What? On his jersey, it says, on the SEC part, it says graduate on it. And that dude can't even drink yet.
He's Dougie Hauser.
Dougie Hauser.
He's the Dougie Hauser of Ole Miss football. Let me just say this. This game last year cost Lane Kiffin a playoff berth, and that was the best roster money could buy last year. Everyone's saying that about Texas Tech this year. Ole Miss was good. They beat Georgia 28-10, but they lost to Kentucky in Oxford. Now they're going to Lexington. And they don't have, Jackson Dart and Walter Nolan, and of course they didn't have Quinshon Judkins last year because he transferred 2 years ago. But yeah. And apparently Lane Kiffin's been building this up with his players, they kept you out of the playoff. So he's doubling down on getting over on Mark Stoops, which can be if your team gets off to a bad start and all your coach has been saying about how they embarrassed you, that can get in your head. Suddenly guys start dropping balls, and it's repeat of history.
Yeah.
But Ole Miss is favored by 10.5. Kentucky
Wayne's got a 30 for 30 documentary coming out about his life. I don't know what it's on. I don't know what platform is in charge of it, but I saw the promo for it the other day that goes through the ups and downs.
Oh, he's led 9 lives already.
For real. It's going to be interesting.
He was the head coach of the Raiders for a year.
Yeah, youngest head coach, NFL history? To that point, I feel
fired on the tarmac at USC, left Tennessee in the middle of the night, go be the coach at USC. And yeah, no, he's partly responsible for Nick Saban giving Steve Sarkisian a chance as an analyst, because Lane was like, you should hire Steve.
Yeah.
He's really good. And he did. And then he replaced Lane with Steve as the play caller in the national championship because Lane took the Florida Atlantic job. Some say it's because he was snuggling with Saban's daughter, allegedly.
Whoa. Wait
now,
a minute.
I've heard absolutely, and I've heard absolutely not. So that was a rumor.
Wait a minute.
Not confirmed. But that was back when he got discovered as Joey Freshwater on Tinder. And
the boss's daughter?
I mean, it was abrupt. Now, Lane will say it's because he, was taking the Florida Atlantic job, and Saban was like, I need someone totally focused on this national championship game, and is why he had Sarkisian call the plays in that 2016 national championship that Clemson won on the whoop, whoop, whoop drive, Deshaun Watson to Hunter Renfrow with 5 seconds left. After Jalen Hurts ran it in for the go-ahead touchdown with 1 minute and 27 seconds left. But yeah, Lane Kiffin, he deserves a little credit for telling Saban, hey, Steve Sarkisian, good guy. You should give him a chance. And then we all know how 2020 went. 3 offensive players from Alabama at the Heisman ceremony. Devontae Smith won it. Najee Harris, he ran for 1,466 yards and caught 44 passes. Woo! That offense was illegal. Texas fans are like, when can we have that?
Yeah, can we get a piece of that? Just a piece. We don't even need the whole pie. Just give us a slice.
We get a piece of that.
Now, Michael, I haven't seen this, dog. Michael says, what's the story on Shoulder being banged up prior to last Saturday? Saw it from Fox Sports.
No.
I don't know.
He does this all the time. It's like a nervous tick that he always is trying to get his shoulder pads up.
Yeah, that's a natural reaction. He does when I shoot a basketball and I airball and you like wipe off, you know what I'm saying? When he was throwing it in the dirt, that's when he would start doing all that. Like, yeah, I think he just does that. But maybe he needs looser Under Armour or whatever the hell he has under his pads or something, because I don't know.
Oh, man. Remember this?
It's weird, though.
Remember when Deshaun Elliott was dating Charlie's daughter?
Well, he was sweet about it. Like, he asked Charlie for his permission and stuff, right?
Yeah. His daughter's
blessing. Yeah. Yeah, you can't be smashing the boss's daughter behind the scenes. I feel like if this story's true, I feel like if Lane would have went up to Nick and would have just let him know, like, hey, your daughter's fine. I like her. I'm taking her out. Appreciate you. Nick would have understood. But when you do it on the slide, behind the scenes, trying to be all secretive and stuff, that's when it becomes a problem.
But Lane drove Saban crazy because of his fraternity rush chairman smugness, and he would make fun of everything, and Saban would just literally rip into him on the sideline in front of everybody when he didn't like something.
Oh yeah, that's on the documentary. They showed that in the promo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But Lane, man, he must have a resting heart rate of 50. Because it doesn't seem like anything bothers him. Now, he'll say some stuff in post-game after the game, but when he's out there, I mean, sometimes he's doubled over, like, I can't believe you dropped that pass or what, But he acts like whatever. And I think that drove Saban crazy. But they won. They won together.
Yeah. Speaking
Deshaun
of
Elliott.
Go ahead.
Deshaun Elliott's still playing, by the way.
Yeah. Incredible career.
Yeah, he's had a good career.
Yeah.
He had one of the great
dating, by the way. You see your girl Kendra Scott getting engaged to Zach Brown, country singer?
Who?
Your girl Kendra Scott.
Oh, God.
Getting engaged to Zach Brown, country singer. Very in love. How about that? It's come a long way. It's come a long way than the rumors that we heard from a former Texas coach in that situation, if that was true or not. Don't know still. We don't know. Just have to put the hands up. When the hands go up, that means we don't know. Speculation, rumors, assumptions.
Rumors.
You know what I'm saying? But Tom Herman.
But I didn't hear a lot of denials. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Tom Herman, Zach Brown. I couldn't name you a Zach Brown song. You had a gun to my head and say, Zay, you'll pick out a Zach Brown song right now, your life's over. Hey, I'm off to the pearly gates. But
Zach Brown band?
I know it's better. Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Don't they sing Chicken Fry?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I know you be wearing them hats though. Yeah.
Come on, man. Yeah, you know that.
What song? Sing it. Sing it.
You want me to sing it?
Yes, that's how I'll recognize it. If you sing it. Let's go.
Let me find some lyrics.
Oh, you gotta find the lyrics. It's not popular enough to just remember.
Well, I mean, do you know the lyrics to every good song?
Nah, but I could hum something.
If I'm gonna embarrass myself, I at least want to know what words I'm gonna be saying.
Like if you were like,
chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night,
okay,
pair of jeans just right. And the radio.
That's what I'm talking about. Now I know what you mean. That's my joint. That's Zach
Brown.
Okay, that's fire. That's a classic.
That's fire.
Even for me, that's a classic. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's doing well.
And then that song Toes.
Toes.
Got my toes in the water. Ass in the sand, not a worry in the world, a cold beer in my hand. Life is good today. Life is good today.
See, I don't remember that one.
What?
I don't remember that one.
Okay, so anyway.
Shout out Zach Brown, Kendra Scott.
Did you see the viral video of Kendra Scott showing her son his new bedroom?
I did. That's dope. With the Texas locker room.
Holy what money can buy.
Right?
He got a locker out of the Texas locker room in his bedroom. He's got a signed Arch Manning jersey signed to him, hanging framed in his bedroom. And his wall behind his bed is a mural of DKR from the field.
Yeah.
So you're like looking up at the stands. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I need her son to thank me next time she sees me with all the jewelry I've gotten my wife there. Because I've helped. I'm a part of that. I'm a part of that, him getting all of those things, because I've been to Kendra Scott a few times to get wifey a little something.
Billionaire.
Oh, she does well, man.
Jewelry.
Yeah.
That's gangsta.
So I'm saying that not crazy expensive. Women love it. She's found that niche. Done well.
Damn, it's $340. We better get to it, man. All right. Hey, guys, if you're snoring, you need to get to the Sleep Cycle Center. Let's not mess around, because right now, because of our partnership with Sleep Cycle Center and Dr. Chad Denman, you go to sleepcyclecenters.com Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study, practically giving it away to make sure that you don't end up like tired and cranky every day or worse. Dr. Chad's dad died of sleep apnea. This is not to be messed with. So I have sleep apnea. I wear a mouth guard, an oral appliance, as Dr. Chad calls it. Holds my lower jaw open. I get that deep sleep because I get that oxygen while I'm sleeping. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Cover 3, what a spot to be this weekend. Are you kidding me? 11 a.m. games, all the best games that are 11 a.m. And guess what time Cover 3 opens? 11 a.m. So get in there. You get to see Texas at 11 against the Spartans. You get to see Baylor and SMU, Iowa State, Illinois, Duke. You can watch them all at once right there. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, dining, spirits, and sports. And of course, our man Tom McKay, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams in Austin, Texas, there is only one place to go, one number to call, 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you, including the best prices on big screens. And we're talking LG big screens, as big as you want. And here's the thing about Tom. I thought I wanted a 100-inch screen. He's like, no, for that wall, you need an 80-inch screen. I was like, okay. And he was right. So he's not going to gouge you. He's going to look out for you. He's going to tell you what's up. That's what you want. 255-8678 or avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. Should we do the college picks for the chip shot and you do the NFL picks? Or yes, you got stuff?
I mean, I do got a little something.
You want to go first?
You can breeze through it.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. They are the best. Wifey and I are Covert BK people. We absolutely love our Buick Encore GX, and you can too. If you don't want to take my word for it, listen to these great folks at Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, before the right call.
Hey, look at this. That was for my singing.
That's why I made you do it.
Thanks, Trevor.
People will enjoy it. Yeah. It was good.
Rex said, "What? I just walk into a karaoke bar." All right, now.
Zach Brown, be proud.
Let's get to the right call.
All right, man. So, Micah Parsons, very excited to play your Lions. So much so, he had this to say to the press.
Honestly, bro, I felt like Dallas and Detroit already had a rivalry. I already got that rivalry built up. Bro, I'm excited to play them. I never liked Detroit. I never liked them. Even when I was in Dallas, it's just always, it was just always a heavyweight fight every time they came in. And they kind of got our guys when I was injured last year, or the whole team was injured. And so, I just think it's a funny way how things work. I'm excited to play them. I know they're excited, and it's going to go all 12 to 15 rounds. What do you think of trick plays?
I could barely hear that, but
it's hard to hear. But he basically said, "I never liked Detroit."
Well, ever. I mean, who likes Detroit other than people who are from Detroit? It's like kicking a three-legged dog. I mean, I took my man Sean Adams up there for that Michigan State game in 2015, and he's pointing out all the buildings that are empty, boarded up. He's like, "Look at this." I'm like, hey, this city almost went bankrupt. They're trying to crawl back. Give him
Came a long way since that.
Came a long way. You know,
now
proud,
yeah,
blue collar.
Little Caesars.
Hey, I'm sure Micah's going to do everything he can, but here comes Sonic and Knuckles.
Okay.
Here comes Sonic and Knuckles. Micah.
Also, before we get to the picks, your girl Caitlin Clark, man.
My girl.
Yes, your girl, because she's back doing that weird stuff. Like,
well, I told you she flinched when that fan ran by her, and I was like, what is up with her?
This might be worse. Again, she's not playing right now. They just said she's out for the season, but here's her at a game in her street clothes doing some weird stuff once again. Check it out.
Congratulations to Stuart Almley who won tonight's Ticketmaster PHX ID giveaway. Stuart's going home with $300 in takeout credit, all for using PHX ID. Located in the Suns Mercury Arena at PHX ID.
Okay, it happens fast. Let me run that back for you real quick.
Right, she acts like he hit her.
He acts like the cameraman hit her. So I'm showing a video of Caitlin Clark acting like the cameraman hit her. It doesn't. It goes past her, but it doesn't hit her. She feels the need to address this with the cameraman. She goes,
puts her hands on his camera.
Yes, and lets him know, watch the hell out. Watch it again.
Congratulations to Stuart Almley who won tonight's Ticketmaster PHX ID giveaway. Stuart's going home with $300 in takeout credit, all for using PHX ID. Located in the Suns Mercury Arena at PHX ID allows you to scan your tickets, purchase concessions, merchandise, and your rewards all in one place. Get PHX ID ready.
Yo, why is she so mean? Why is she so entitled? Like, we get it. The Dub is your league. You're the reason why it's so popular. You're the reason why a lot of women are having way more opportunities than they used to before you got into it. I get that. She deserves all the love and credit that she has earned and that she has gotten. With that being said, she can be an entitled bee sometimes. And I hate saying that because I love her game. I hate that she's out for the season. This is a wasted year for her. And it could have been a big-time year for her with how good she was in her rookie season. But she does things like this that make no sense. Caitlin, that camera ain't touch you, girl. It didn't even nick you. You don't need to tell the cameraman, watch the hell out. Like that she's abusing the power, Chip. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Makes her look like a weenie. Like I had a coach tell me this week, if Arch would have flopped when the guy hit him out of bounds, like if he'd have gone to the turf and looked like he was knocked out, he'd have gotten the flag. But Arch didn't do that because he's not a weenie. Now, Sark may say, hey, you get touched out of bounds, you hit the deck. Because that would have been 15 more, and we were not moving the ball because you were throwing it in the dirt.
You got to sell it.
So you might have to sell it. Like Patrick Mahomes sells it. But she doesn't need to be selling it.
Rex, come on now. That thing didn't hit her in no face, man. We're talking about hypotheticals here. I gotta go.
We gotta get to the picks.
Okay, I gotta go Steve Sarkisian, though. I don't do hypotheticals.
All right. Here we go. We're gonna give you 3 college picks and 3 NFL picks. Full disclosure, Zay is 1-5, and I am 3-3. So do not risk your hard-earned money on these picks, but maybe you hear something that confirms something that you're thinking. Well, there we go. All right. So for the chip shot and the right call, it's kind of a combo platter on a Friday. Here come our picks. All right. I'm still trying to find a third NFL game. So can we start with college?
Let's do it.
You ready?
Let's go.
All right. You want to go first or me?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I got Illinois -2.5 in Durham against the Blue Devils.
Illinois -2.5 at Duke.
Scares me a little bit, but Illinois, I believe in them.
Yeah, if they are who we thought they were,
Yeah,
this should be a game. Should be a game that Illinois handles.
Yeah,
now,
come on,
just because you picked them, I'm not picking them because you're 1-5. So I'm going to go with Iowa State. Now, this is going to be a tough game, but they're at home. They've been rolling people, so that maybe means I should go the other way. But Rocco Becht, I ride with Rocco. I rode with him last year. They got to the Big 12 title game. They lost. I'm picking them to go back to the Big 12 title game. Rocco. Give me Rocco -3.5. And then I'll pick 2, and then you pick your last 2. Oklahoma State, if you cannot cover 29.5 at Oregon, then Mike Gundy, you are in legacy prison. You stayed too long. You got to be able to cover 29.5 at Oregon, especially with all your chatter. I don't even like Oklahoma State's personnel, but by God, Gundy's got to be coaching them up this week, right?
Dan Lanning sounded pissed. Sound like he needs to send a message. I can see him.
All right, Oak State plus 29.5.
That's high. That is high.
What you got?
South Florida covering.
Okay.
17.5 against Florida. I believe in what they did against Boise State, beating the crap out of Boise State. A lot of people's G5 pick to make the college football playoff. Florida, who has the toughest schedule remaining, all college football, like it's Miami's upcoming weeks, Texas upcoming weeks, just a plethora amount of ranked opponents. So can they be looking too far ahead with South Florida coming in, knowing South Florida a little stingy out here? So even though I think Florida's going to win the game, South Florida doesn't have far to travel. I think they're going to go into the swamp and cover plus 17.5.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're going back to back. And then I got Michigan, baby, covering plus 5.5 in Norman. Straight up. I want to say outright, but I don't want to get over my skis a little bit because your boy's still 1-5. But that feels outright to me. If it's an outright feel like Bryce Underwood, I'm game. I have bought into Bryce Underwood being the shiznit. Let's go. Go into Norman, rock the world, dog.
Okay. All right. You have a little more confidence in Bryce Underwood on the road against a good defense than I do, but I can't wait to watch that game. All right, my final pick, give me Jalen Daniels. Now, Kansas has been playing really well. I think they got some confidence. Remember, they got Justice Finkley now, whose teammates were comparing him to Kayvon Thibodeau and everyone short of Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, he looks like the Black Max Crosby. The Black Max Crosby.
The Black Max Crosby.
They were saying everything.
By the way, Jere Bledsoe's playing for Mississippi State, he had a tackle for loss last week. But yeah, give me Jalen Daniels plus 6.5 at Mizzou. I think this is going to be a field goal game. So, all right.
That's an underrated game.
Yeah, that's an underrated game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And come on, SMU. That's my bonus pick. Mustangs minus 2.5. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, we got to do our bonus Texas pick.
Oh, yeah.
I like Texas.
I like Texas to cover the 36.5.
Yeah.
I said 44-3.
I don't even know where those 7 points are going to come for San Jose State. Like, I don't know if Walker Egid's going to throw some crap up and then just falls in the someone's lap, but I think points are going to be very hard to come by for San Jose State, no matter who's in for Pete Kwiatkowski. And I think Texas has a point to prove offensively with what they did this past Saturday, and I think they're going to rack them up. So, yeah, 45-7 Texas.
Okay. All right, NFL picks. You want to go first or me?
I'll go first. You'll like this one. Green Bay -1.5. Micah Parsons, 2 sacks, strip sack, fumble. Jared Goff gonna be like, damn, I gotta put up with this for the rest of my career. I'm sorry.
You're getting a little carried away, aren't you?
A little bit, but hey, I'm 1-5. What do I gotta lose? I think you can get carried away at this point in the position that I'm in. So I might as well be a hater and go against your Lions in a battle. This is a battle.
I'll come right back at you.
All right.
Give me the Lions +1.5.
All right. You like it. You like it.
Let's go. New coordinators and everything. I don't know shizzle about my team. I don't know nothing, but I'm taking them because you're coming at me with your Micah Parsons BS. We don't have our center. We don't have our Pro Bowl center.
Oh, I like
I don't
that.
even know. I mean, we got Terry and Arnold at corner. He sucks.
Yo, man, he's a first-round pick. Like, he could get better.
That was a terrible pick.
All right.
You see how they keep picking up corners? They keep picking up corners.
Let's wait.
All right. Anyway, I didn't even want to pick that game, but you made me pick it.
I didn't make you do nothing.
All right. I'm taking okay. I think Jim Harbaugh, if he's going to get it going, we know he loves the ground and pound. If he's going to get it going, it's got to start tonight. I'm going to take the Chargers +3.5 against the Chiefs.
Okay.
In Brazil.
Brazil. Okay.
What say you?
I got Falcons +1.5 at home against the Buccaneers. I think Michael Penix, those boys.
Now I got to pick another game.
Why?
I'm just kidding with you.
Well, okay. I like Michael Penix, man. I think he's everything that people think he's going to be. And I think he's going to have a really good relationship with Drake London. Kyle Pitts is finally going to have a decent year. I think they're going to shock a lot of people in the NFL. And it starts with a NFC South Division matchup against Baker and the Buccaneers. So, yeah, give me the Falcons +1.5 there.
Well, I guess people must think the Arizona Cardinals, or no, they must think the New Orleans Saints are going to be the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah, tanking.
Because the Saints are +6.5 at home against the Arizona Cardinals. That's embarrassing. I'll tell you what. I am going to bet I'm going to put my final pick. I'm gonna take the Falcons. That was who I had, so I'm gonna go Falcons +1.5 against the Bucks in the Benz.
There we go.
What's
Yeah,
your final pick?
I got Texans +3.5 versus the Rams.
Texans on the road at the Rams +3.5.
That Matt Stafford back issue. Let me see it. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, somebody with a hurt back. And you know Kelly Stafford, they're going to bully them kids regardless. They're going to bully them kids regardless. So, hey, deal with it.
Monday night football. Vikings at the Bears. All right, let's open up the gym here. Bring in Patrick and Matt.
What's up, guys?
What up, fellas?
What's going on? I like Zay with the line of the show. Might as well be a hater. Might as well. Nothing else going. Might as well be a hater.
I mean, he was burying my Lions. Micah Parsons going to get a strip sack off Jared Goff. I'm like, damn.
I'm sorry.
We already got our balls kicked in the first round of the playoffs last year. Now I got Zay
going off on you too.
Hey, again, I'm 1-5. So with the way I'm picking, you should like that. You should like how I've been rolling.
I like you could have at least gone like Matthew Golden's going to get 3 TDs on a secondary that's not probably going to be great. That's a much easier, nicer prediction.
Yeah, but
I might have even gone along with that. But
yeah, Matthew Golden, Terrion Arnold. I like that matchup for Matthew Golden.
There you go.
What was your final score prediction for Texas, Zay?
45-7.
All right.
Yeah.
I said 44-3.
All right, fellas. Happy Friday.
Hey, have a great
Happy
weekend.
Friday.
We'll see you Monday.
See you tomorrow, Chip.
Double
See you tomorrow.
Myself, post-game show. See you guys.
Yes.
Later.
Post-game show with Zay and Rodney right after the game. Matt and Chip hanging out in the press box. And I'll just be enjoying watching Arch Manning, hopefully be Arch Manning again. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member. 512-222-9328 is the text line. Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. You can join in the chat. What up, CB? How's it going on a Friday afternoon? CB, have you given out your prediction yet for the final score of Texas versus San Jose State? We'll get to ours in a little bit. Matt, you're gonna be at the game on Saturday. You got to watch football. You get football on Sunday. Is there any plans other than football and work? And football is work, but football and work.
Yeah, I mean, my girlfriend's coming into Austin this weekend. She's going to go to the game with my dad, which is going to be fun while I'm in the press box. And then we got brunch with my brother and my sister-in-law on Sunday. So it'll be a nice little weekend, you know. Maybe we'll go to Home Depot. I don't know. I don't know if we'll have enough time.
I don't know. Maybe we'll go to Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know. Got to get those coupons. 52-14. All right. I can go with that. That's a roughly around where I think most of the picks are being, is around that kind of 1 score, 2 scores allowed, and then a lot of points the other way. Is where a lot of people are going with that. I think it'll be much more fun and much less stressful than last week that we had to go with. What you got, Matt?
Hey, sorry. It's just this is completely off topic. This is not. Yeah. This has nothing to do with Texas, which we'll get to in a second.
Yes.
But it's already starting, Patrick.
What's that?
It's already starting. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey, who went from full practice Wednesday to being limited on Thursday, did not practice today due to a calf injury. He is considered questionable for Sunday's game against the Seahawks.
I saw that he was warming up on a separate field and doing some other things, but didn't practice with the team today. I saw that he was happy with that. Yesterday, I was watching the Cowboys game. My buddy comes over. He goes, "Do you hear about Christian McCaffrey? He's already on the injured list." I was like, "List or report?" Those are very important words in what you're saying right here. Because one is he's missing a lot of weeks of action, and the other is he's questionable or doubtful for Sunday. Those are two way different words. I know. I hate to be pedantic on these sort of things, but injured list and injury report, two very, very different things.
Yeah, not exactly semantics there. It's those are two very distinct different things. So I saw that he was limited yesterday, and one of my buddies picked him, I think 5th overall or something, 6th overall in fantasy football as his number 1 pick. And immediately when I saw this on Thursday, I went and picked up Brian Robinson off waivers just to kind of rub it in a little bit more. So hopefully Christian McCaffrey's okay. I want to see him come back and play football, but that's, you know, people forget last year it kind of started as just like, oh, it's just a little calf thing. And then he ended up missing the entire season. So hopefully that's not the case this time.
Yeah. And calves are never good. That's never good because there's not like much you can do about it. Like an ankle or something, you're usually like, oh, the ankle will heal in this amount of time. The calf's like, it could be 14 hours. It could be 14 weeks. We have no idea what is going to go wrong with this calf. It's not as bad as Amari Cooper, who decided that the Raiders talked to him into coming back to football. They then show some drills where he looks like he literally had not done anything physical in his time before coming back, and then retired again yesterday.
Yep.
So he was like, I'm kind of on retirement. And then the Raiders talked him back. And yeah, that also felt like a mutual decision where they brought him back in. And then he like ran that first day and they're like, oh, you can't play for like 8 weeks. Like it's going to be a long process for you to get back in shape. And I don't think you want to do it. So we're going to go ahead. And like Amari Cooper was always that guy that there was always a question of why he kept getting traded. You know, like there was always a point where I was like, there's not really problems on his team. You're not really hearing anything bad about him, but everyone's getting rid of him. So at a certain point, there's something up in the back of this, right? And seeing him retire at 31 and all this would make you believe it was probably a work ethic thing. That they were like, oh, this guy's not ever going to be better than he is right now. This is the primo Amari Cooper we are getting. And we want him to be a top guy in the league. And we think he has that potential. That would be the guess you take now at the fact that he wasn't doing anything. He's only 31 years old and was basically like that. I made enough. On the other side, you got Cam Hayward, who's made $154 million. And I get there's agent fees and everything else. So it's not $154 million, but he's made $154 million and is like, I have not made enough money to take care of my family yet and live the life we want to live. So I need a new contract. And you're like, I think you need to phrase that differently. You can say I'm worth more money and we can all have that conversation, but I've made $154 million. You're like, cool. I will never get close to making that much in my entire life. And you've already done it and you're like in your 30s. So I get it. You new contract. I'm not saying you don't deserve it, but maybe that's not the plight you want to put out there to the people.
Yeah, if that's the plight that you're putting out there to the people, then my only response to that could be, well, you should have hired a financial advisor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but irregardless, he'll get some sort of contract. And then he's a really smart guy. Once he retires from the NFL, he's probably going to be on TV or coaching.
Yeah, doing whatever he wants to do. Yeah. I also, speaking of the plight of now every single team who feels like they're on the back end of the player talent now has thrown in the AJ McCarron fell into this after Alabama. And I saw his comments earlier this week of when he fell into the guys, when there's $40 million rosters all around the league and we don't even have $20 million. It's not fair. And I'm like, can we drop this $40 million thing? It was a number thrown out by some people are throwing out the $40 million. It has been pretty much disproven by every single, like it's been denied and disproven by everybody. The fact that the NIL team, the whole NIL, whatever the NIL Go now has come out and said, we've allowed $80 million worth of NIL to go through. And you're like, okay, that's great. But if we say $80 million of NIL is going through right now, and we're talking about $40 million teams, that means there's a lot of teams with nothing on, like $0, right? Or we could believe there's a lot of $5 million teams, a lot of $10 million teams, a lot of $15 million teams, a lot of $20 million teams, and probably a couple of 25, like 20 plus million, where Texas and Ohio State's and Oregon's maybe in that 20 plus million. But you're like, there's no one in the $40 million range yet. There's nothing. I believe Ross Dellinger had a piece about that as well, about how that's not. But every time we just keep hearing that, we're like, Florida State doesn't have a $40 million roster either. And this thought of every time anybody loses now, they just go, well, I mean, how are we supposed to compete? We're out there competing with, these guys are throwing millions and millions of dollars. Like, no, the problem is in a free market, if everyone is willing to bid $2 million and you're only willing to bid $1 million, you're going to lose out. But that's not one team having 40 million. That's a lot of teams having 2 million. It's a way different argument.
Yeah, and this is a kind of a dead argument to me to begin with, even without NIL being a factor in any of this whatsoever, because it's almost like he's insinuating that Alabama hasn't been able to recruit over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Which in 2021, so this would be the fourth year for that class. This would be that class's senior year this year. 2021, they had the number 1 overall class in college football. In 2022, they had the number 2 class in the country. In 2023, they had the I believe the number 1 class, if I'm not mistaken. The number 1 class in 2023. In 2024, they had the number 2 class. And in 2025, the freshmen this season, they had the number 4 class. So you have had a top 5, really top 2 class every year for the last 4 years, and this year's class is number 4. This to me had nothing to do with NIL or transfers or any of that sort of thing. Alabama spent a good amount of money in NIL this past cycle. You know, they spent money to keep Caden Proctor at a certain point, getting him back from Iowa. They've done a few other things here and there. I'm not saying they spend the money that Texas or Oregon or Texas
money.
Tech is spending right now, but they spend money. The issue on Saturday against Florida State is that the team didn't look like they knew how to play football. They were taking bad angles, bad leverage. Guys weren't getting open. Ryan Williams was getting absolutely locked up the entire game. They looked out of shape. They looked slow. They just didn't look like Alabama. They looked like they looked like a shell of themselves. That was the problem. It's not a lack of talent on this roster whatsoever. There's a ton of NFL talent on that roster. It was a matter of them just going out there and getting their butts kicked up and down the field and playing very, very bad. And that was the only case that has nothing to do with NIL, in my opinion.
No, and that's like, I think that there is something to the NIL and transfers in a world, but not necessarily that they couldn't afford to have it. It was that we saw that Nick Saban was walking that fine line of really good recruiting classes, stacking talent. But because Nick Saban had such a good track record of putting people in the NFL and had winning and all of this, he could get away with a little bit more of going to parents and going to kids and saying, if you wait in line, here's the plan. And if you do this, this is how we're going to succeed. And he gets a little bit more leeway on that. I think Kalen DeBoer, there's somebody walked in and half of, if not 3/4 of the team was like, well, you need to up my money or I'm walking. And he didn't know how to deal with that whatsoever because he never dealt with that before. Because at Washington, there's money and stuff, but these were a lot of 3-stars and guys at Washington. So he hadn't dealt with 5-star players yet. And the solution was to maybe allow a little bit more leniency to some of these guys. Okay, well, if you stay, we'll get rid of that thing you didn't like about Nick Saban's curfew, or we'll get rid of this thing and we'll get rid of that thing. And now it brings you a very undisciplined team because you realize what am I supposed to do? Either I lose my roster because they're all threatening to walk away, or I give them away something and I lose the games. And it feels like he kind of took the wrong one and should have maybe had a chance to lose the roster and just be like, they all wanted to go out until 2 a.m. the night before a game. They all wanted to, be around in the hallways and have girls in their rooms. And we like stuff that we knew was not going to help us win, but maybe we thought we had the talent to get through it. It just feels like every report you're seeing about it is that there is not the discipline level that there was before, which, of course, with Nick Saban, it's going to be hard to match that. But it does feel like maybe Kalen DeBoer is a bit over his head of dealing with 5-star talent in the new world with NIL, transfer portal, and player empowerment. It feels like maybe, and not to say he can't figure it out, but it just feels like that first run has really put him behind the 8 ball. And now how do you regain power and lay down the law? And now you might be able to do it when you go, well, we just got embarrassed on national television to Florida State. Do you guys want to play football or do you not care at all? Like, you don't care that maybe only 3 guys in this class are going to go to the NFL because all the rest of you don't care? You don't care that we're going to lose 4 games this season? You don't care about any of that? Because if you do, then I got to play the other guys. And, like, if y'all want to quit. But, like, is he going to be able to make that switch early enough in the season, or is it just going to be all season long with this kind of stuff?
It seems like it's going to be something that's very hard to fix. I mean, you can't coach effort. Like, you can bring effort out in guys by, trying to motivate them. But at the end of the day, it's something that guys either have or they don't, in my opinion. And you had guys in the Alabama secondary jogging when trying to take an angle and stop a touchdown. Like, you can't have stuff like that. And they were spending the entire offseason rebuilding the culture and getting things back in line after an inconsistent 2024 season. And then you come out against Florida State, and it's worse than anything we saw in 2024, in my opinion. It's just it's a lack of effort. It's a lack of execution. It's a lack of everything but talent on that team. It has nothing to do with talent. There's a reason that coming into this season, a lot of people were picking Alabama as a college football playoff team, as an SEC title contender, saying they had the best defense in the country. Like all these different things were being said about Alabama before the season. And now just because they showed a lack of effort and got their asses kicked on Saturday against Florida State, now they don't have the talent to compete all of a sudden.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
disingenuous, and it's very Alabama homer to me. And I like AJ McCarron. I think he's really good at what he does. And I don't want this to get construed the wrong way that he's making excuses or anything like that. But I just think that he's objectively wrong about this. And I think that Alabama has plenty of talent up and down that roster to compete with anybody in the NFL, anybody in the SEC. They just played really, really bad football on Saturday.
Yeah. No, I think it is. It's the same thing that we saw a lot of Texas fans after Ohio State, where it's like the frustration level because it's something that you're like, okay, it wasn't, we weren't hoping that this was going to be the problem. Because if it's a scheme fit or something, that's fixable. If it's one player not playing up to his level, okay, maybe we can get somebody else to play at that level. But when you're like, a team just doesn't seem disciplined or showing effort, that's a really, really hard fix. And for Texas, it was, okay, is our quarterback not ready to play in big games? That's a big problem if that's the case. And you can't really do anything to scheme. Like, that's a lot harder to fix than, I mean, you can scheme around it a little bit more for that. But for Alabama, there's no scheming. Like, what's the scheme for my safeties don't want to run? Or, my linemen are never going to finish their blocks. They're going to block, and then, like, if the play's supposed to be over, that guy's getting free. Just so many things that come in that, it does hurt that Jam Miller was hurt. And hopefully, you can use they could use his comeback as a little bit more of a rallying cry to get that offense rolling a little bit better, to have a better running game. But overall, it is a tough look for Alabama out of that one. I thought it was funny that he dropped that line, and it was like, can we just stop overall saying that until we know that this is a thing, until it gets to that point. Stop pretending as if the big bad, like it's like in baseball, if you look at certain teams and then like the Oakland A's will be like, well, we can't compete with the Yankees. And you go, well, that's because you're not spending money. You're way below the salary cap. This is not a thing of like, you can't afford, you could easily afford to do it. You just don't want to. And you could get to the salary cap. I get, you could say we're going to have a hard time to compete once we get there, but you could be a playoff team for sure. You just don't want to be. Mm-hmm. And for Alabama, it's like these number things, when they look at it and they say, well, they're clearly have to be spending more because look, we missed out on these 5 recruits. And you go, did you lose all of them to Texas and Alabama, to Georgia and Ohio State and Oregon? Did you lose? No, you lost them to 5 different schools. Well, then that's not one team spending $40 million. It's a lot of teams. But that number that NIL Go put out of $80 million coming through so far, that's a really big number, but it does not allow for several $40 million schools to fit into it.
Yeah. And AJ McCarron said something else too that I don't think has anything to do with NIL money whatsoever. Alabama's biggest and best and most dynamic offensive weapon is Ryan Williams.
Yes.
Ryan Williams didn't forget how to play football. They put him in the slot. Yeah. And in AJ McCarron's own words, it was some of the worst route running he had ever seen, and he got, quote unquote, gloved up. That doesn't have anything to do with Florida State spending more money than Alabama.
Yes.
It's that they played Ryan Williams in the wrong spot. His strength is not route running and being, this shifty, route running magician. It's outrunning people.
Yeah.
And you weren't playing him in that spot. So, I mean, that's just one thing that happened, but pick a side. You can't say that they played bad but then also they only lost because NIL is the big bad evil, overlord that's ruining college football. Like, you have to pick one or the other. I tend to think it was just that Alabama played bad. And I get the frustration when you miss out on players because you're Alabama and you're used to getting every recruit that you've ever wanted in the history of ever.
Yeah.
But in today's landscape, that's not going to be the case anymore.
Nope.
If what Florida State did was they out-efforted Alabama. They schemed up Alabama like crazy on offense. Gus Malzahn was absolutely in his bag in that game. And Tommy Castellanos played out of his freaking mind. So if you have an issue, if you think you have an issue at quarterback, you should have gone after Tommy Castellanos. Like it's all just like screaming into the void. This is unfair. We're not the big bad dogs in the SEC anymore. And I'm honestly kind of tired of it. Mike Gundy does the same thing, although it's obviously a much different story in Oklahoma State. Like there's just so many cases across college football where it's just whining and crying about NIL. It's like, okay, Texas Tech figured out a way to make it work.
Yeah. I mean, they got that oil money out there. Let's get into some San Jose State versus Texas happening tomorrow, 11 a.m. at DKR. The praises of Sark saying earlier this week that it was going to be a nice weather with the high of 89 or something. Looks like that's probably not going to be the case. It is continuing to be hot and hot and hot. We've seen this, that every Saturday, if you look on like a Monday, the Saturday projection is nice. You're like, man, I can't wait for the weekend. And then on Thursday, it's 120. You're like, I don't think it's going to be, I don't think that cold front's blowing in, guys. So we know it's going to be a hot day for Texas versus San Jose State, which is going to help out Texas a lot because of their depth. I want to go through some of these players for you to know for San Jose State. If you want to look at Walker Eggett is their starting quarterback. He is a redshirt senior. Did throw for 13 touchdowns last year, but also had 10 interceptions. He's going to chunk it downfield a lot. That is the game plan. They call it spread and shred. So he's going to be chunking the ball. They'll probably throw a lot of underneath stuff, but he is prone to throw some picks as well. This is something that Texas is just going to have to focus on and go after because there's not much you can do. If you're throwing 13 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, someone's got to step up and try and go and pick some of these balls off.
Yeah, and this isn't exactly a guy that's going to, dice you up with accuracy either. He completed 57% of his passes last season. And I think that number was a little bit higher against UTEP, but it wasn't significantly higher. So he's not necessarily throwing dimes out there every pass that he throws. So Texas is going to have plenty of opportunities to get in front of some of these footballs. Be a little bit more aggressive than they were last week against Ohio State, which I would love to see. But this guy does have a lot of production behind his name as well. So he's going to have some opportunities in this football game. I just think Texas, if they play it right, they're going to be able to stifle those opportunities at a lot of different spots.
We look over at the running back position. Floyd Chalk is their running back. Small guy, 5'7", not a big guy, 5'7", 192. He is kind of meant to be a speed guy who breaks out and can break big plays. He's got long plays on a lot of over the last few years. Not going to be probably a huge threat to get out of the backfield as a receiver. Only 7 receptions last season. He had 2 in last game, but for 0 yards or screen passes. But yeah, he's not really much of a target out of the backfield. They're going to use him more in pass pro a lot of times if he's in the game because they understand they want to have a little bit more time to get the ball downfield. So you don't expect for Floyd Chalk to get downfield a lot. You just got to contain him and wrap him up when you hit him. That's kind of your big point with Floyd Chalk because he is not going to be – if he gets in space, you may have a problem. Other than that, you're bigger than him and you can take him down.
Yeah, I feel like Texas is going to be pretty well equipped to handle this. Their run defense was on point last week against Ohio State, and both of those running backs are probably a little bit more talented than this guy. So, and I believe the Ohio State offensive line might have an edge on San Jose State as well, a little bit of an edge. So I think that as long as you play your assignments the right way and you win your one-on-ones and you play the right fits, then you're going to be fine against this guy. Just wrap him up and take him down, and he won't be able to break any big plays.
Young guy we don't know much about. Malachi Riley is a redshirt sophomore brought in from Arizona. Hasn't really played a ton. Didn't do much in game 1, so we don't know a ton about him. Leland Smith is a guy they brought in from Purdue as a redshirt junior, or just a junior, sorry. His big thing, he had 6 receptions at Purdue last year. 2 of those are touchdowns. He's 6'4", 219. So this guy is a little bit more of their threat to be a big target to go up and throw to. That's really all you're looking for him. He, again, isn't necessarily their biggest threat to go get open or do anything else, but if they get a mismatch on him with a shorter DB, they could see Leland Smith trying to sneak out and go catch one up high in the air, go up and get one. Their other receiver is the one we talked about a lot more this week, Danny Scudero, transfer from Sacramento State. He had 9 receptions for 189 yards in week 1. You're going to see him in the slot, try and get those early routes, get the ball in his hands in a little bit of space, and try and take off. He is a big play threat for sure. But again, you just want to keep him in front of you. The safety just have to be sure of where he is on the field to make sure that if he does get it, you get the right angle on him and you can take him down. He has speed for Mountain West. The speed is not necessarily SEC speed or Power 4 speed. So he is a good player. He's the guy that they're going to try and hit the most. He's also the guy that Texas is going to try and shut down the most. And we have seen Texas is pretty good. We just saw what they did with Jeremiah Smith. So I think they'll be okay to slow down Danny Scudero, but that is where they're going to try and get and, do whatever they can to get him the ball.
Yeah, I just did a little research, and I don't know how accurate this is necessarily because it's the internet and you can find things on the internet that aren't necessarily true. But Danny Scudero runs a 4.38 40 according to the National Prospect ID, which I don't know how accurate that is or not. But that's about what Parker Livingstone runs as well. So this isn't exactly like Ryan Williams. It's fast. Yeah. But it's not anything that Texas shouldn't be able to handle. Jeremiah Smith probably runs faster than that. I'm sure that a lot of players that they face on a week-to-week basis run around the same or faster than that. So it's nothing that they haven't seen before. Just be in the right spots when he catches the ball and take the right angles, and you'll be able to get him on the ground. There's one player on San Jose State whose name jumped out to me.
Okay,
so I had to do a little research.
Okay.
And this is Tuli Tagovailoa Amosa, freshman, 5'10", 186-pound wide receiver from Iwa Beach, Hawaii. He is cousins with Tua Tagovailoa. So we know how good at football that family is. Maybe he's gonna be a little sleeper there. I think he just had 1 catch for 8 yards last week against Central Michigan. But hey, that's a name to know because it's an NFL legacy technically. So let's keep an eye out for that one as well.
I like that. Yeah, I mean that's the deal. Is they really Danny Scudero was the only guy who really got going last week. Outside of that, they did have a few. They had a lot of guys that weren't necessarily dominating for them. So that's really the one that Texas is going to look after. I'm sure somebody else is going to have to push in that. Sooner Cowboys, you can't talk today. When a Sooner cost the Cowboys the game, you can't talk today. Guys, you get a double whammy.
I mean,
sorry.
I don't know if CeeDee had money on that game or had an over-under on his catches or something, but that was brutal, man. That was brutal. You hate to see it as a former Cowboys fan,
Yeah, I mean, Sooner Cowboys though. That's like that's crime on crime right there. You don't want to see that one. That was we get back, but no, that's nice to see. Last week in the game, I'm trying to get to the box score of last week, and I keep clicking the wrong button. If we pull up this box score from last week, they're receiving. The Tagovailoa Amosa, 1 reception for 8 yards. Malachi Riley had 2 for 10. Your other big one was Leland Smith had 2 for 50. One was a 39-yard reception, so did get the big reception there. Outside of that, their tight end, senior tight end, Jackson Kanan, did have 5 receptions for 33 yards. They use a tight end somewhat. It is more of a safety valve, though, for the tight end position. Jackson Kanan did have 28 receptions last year. They went to 62 receptions combined with the other tight end last season. So those pieces are what you're really looking for in the passing game. For the most part, those are the guys you're going to have to look out for. Once we start to look inside a little bit more of that at the offensive line, there's not too much to note. Your big piece you're going to realize is on the right side of that offensive line. It is much younger, much less experience on the right side of that offensive line. That's where you're going to see Texas probably attack more and more, as they have, I believe, a redshirt sophomore and a natural sophomore. Both redshirt sophomores, there on the right side of that line. So that's where you're going to probably attack a little bit more if you're Texas. But overall, I don't know if you're going to have a huge amount of trouble attacking wherever you want to and coming up the middle. You're going to try and go after them and make them make mistakes early, try and put the ball up and try and make them run the ball, because they just don't necessarily run the ball great. They don't want to run the ball a ton, and you have a really good run defense.
Yeah, the other thing that I'll point out here is about the quarterback, Eget. He completed 24 of 43 passes last week, but on those 24 completions, he hit 8 different receivers. So he does like to spread the ball around a little bit. That's going to be something to watch out for as well. It's not like he just focuses solely on Scudero. He was definitely his biggest target. You know, 4 more receptions than the next closest guy, but you hit a few different receivers. You hit your tight end. You got the running back involved a little bit. So he's going to try and spread the ball around a little bit, which is something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, and they're going to try and take some shots downfield as well. So Scudero is a little bit more of their quick out a lot of times and let him get the ball in his hands. Everybody else, they do want to put them downfield a little bit more air raid kind of technique on that one. So you could see a big piece for Texas in this game to push it away early and make it a bigger dividend early in the game is to make sure they don't get yardage on first or second down. You know, make sure it is a 3rd and long, and then you can bring that NASCAR package in and, you know, look to kill at that point. You just want to go out there and really make a push. I think that's what you can do against this offense. The big part is it's about explosive plays. So when we all give our predictions for the game and everything else, I think you're all just kind of, everyone is looking at this saying, well, San Jose State's going to get probably at least 1, maybe 2 really explosive plays on Texas, because that's what this entire offense is built about. If they get 0 explosive plays against Texas, this defense is playing at a really high level of consistency. I will put it that way. If Texas can hold them to no explosive plays, because that's what this offense, the entirety of San Jose State's offense is built on. It's not like Ohio State where they kind of just beat you down and we're going after you and then hoping maybe to break one, but they didn't need to. This offense has to break big plays to score. That's why the last game they played, they didn't score a ton, because you're only scoring on explosive plays or nothing with San Jose State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's something that I think Texas is going to be able to handle pretty well. They limited explosive plays from Ohio State. Really, the only explosive that Ohio State got the entire day was that deep pass to Cardinal Tate, which he just made an insane play on the ball after getting it knocked out by Jalen Gilbo and then somehow managing to re-catch it. So Texas is going to be able to limit the explosive plays as much as the air raid, or what are they, spread and shred as they call it.
Spread and shred, yeah.
It's
run and shoot and air raid combined.
Yeah. Yeah, which sounds scary, and it sounds like it's going to be able to dice you up at some points, but I would find it very hard to believe that they score a lot of points on this Texas team, at least until garbage time. So, it's really going to be incumbent upon the offense to take advantage very early on for Texas and kind of get them down early and make them press, and then just you're be able to pin your pass rushers and ears back and let them go after the passer.
On the other side of the football, San Jose State was actually 16th in the country last year in tackles for a loss with 93. Now, a lot of guys are gone from that team. They're also talking about playing the Mountain West, where that is a lot easier to do. This is not tackle for a loss against a team the caliber of Texas. They didn't play a team the caliber of Texas last year. They didn't play any top teams last year. I think they had a couple Power 4 games, but they were not powerhouse teams. But this is an interesting fact that they were pretty good at getting through last season. Jordan Pollard is their senior middle linebacker. That's a guy who's going to lead the team for this defense. He led the team in tackles last season with 115, tackles for a loss with 14. Those were where he led the team last season. You can also get Isaiah Rivas. He returns. He had 2 interceptions last season. He'll be back there in the secondary as a free safety. Outside of that, you get a lot of new faces on that defense. You get a transfer out of Utah coming in at defensive end who didn't really play for Utah that they're hoping is going to be able to step in and do stuff. I'm not even going to try and pronounce his name. His name's Vili something.
Let me give this one a shot. Vili Tafatafua.
Something like that.
Something like that.
That is the edge that they're hoping is going to step up the transfer in from Utah. And then I'll give you one more piece that I noticed on this roster of people. I don't know how much they're going to kick the football, like field goals. I don't know how much field goals they're going to attempt. Their kicker, at least their kicker last week, is Dennis Lynch, who had transferred in from USC. He was 25 of 36 for field goals at USC. 0-2 this season. 0-2 this season. So not sure how many field goals. Hence in my projection, no field goals for San Jose State. I don't think they're going to kick them. I think they're going to be down at a certain point, so it makes no sense to kick field goals anymore. The only time you get a field goal really is when it's like later in a game and they haven't got a score yet, and they're like, we don't want to get shut out, so let's just kick a field goal so it's 3-50 or whatever. You see that sometimes, but with this kicker, I don't even know if you do that.
Yeah, I mean, he missed 11 last year. That's
the last 2 years? 11 over
the last 2 years. That's a lot.
I mean, he's 0-2 so far this season.
Yeah, one was from 30 to 39 yards. The other was from 50 plus. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on the 50 plus, but he did miss the 30 to 39 yard kick. Well, I don't know exactly how far it was. It was in between that range. But yeah, I wouldn't expect them to try to. I mean, you have nothing to lose in this game if you're San Jose State. You're not going to come down if you move the ball on your first drive and you get, inside the Texas 30-yard line and you've got a 4th and 2, you're going for that. There's no way in hell you're not going for that. You have nothing to lose in this game. You might as well press and try and convert and score a touchdown on every single drive that you have. So that's something that I would expect to see from them a lot in this game. And speaking of the defense, the tackles for loss thing, they had three last week against Central Michigan, if I'm looking at the stat book right. So that's not terrible. That's pretty good, especially against a team that likes to run the football a lot. But I will say this. Ohio State had 1 tackle for loss against Texas last week.
I gotcha.
And it was a sack.
Let's put it this way. I believe that Texas just needs to be on their toes to make sure you get the blocks right, because Jordan Pollard at middle linebacker is going to try and cut into these holes. He's going to try to do this. So if your game plan is sound and your blocking is sound, it won't be a problem. If it's not, then Jordan Pollard is going to get in your backfield and hit your running back before he gets out of the backfield. So I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be a problem. But again, this falls into the mental capacity and mental consistency for the Longhorns that is a CJ Baxter, or if we talk about a Christian Clark or a Jarrett Gibson, are they going to be ready in those moments to find the hole, make sure that there's not a guy already inside of it coming right after him? Is this offensive line going to be able to pick up protections? Arch Manning, just not worrying about, all right, I got to, set your feet, turn your hips, square your shoulders, throw the ball. He is going, okay, that guy's coming. Look at Jordan Pollard. He's moving over. He's probably going to try and shoot in here. I think those are the pieces. You just want to see the consistency on the blocking on those types of pieces. Jack Indries, I don't really worry about in those types of pieces. If he's coming off the edge for a block, I feel pretty good about it. But those are the pieces. They're going to try and go get that. Look, if you want the real breakdown, Texas is just much better and outmatches them by far at every position. But that seems like that was not going to fill enough time for us. So I thought we'd try and give you a little bit more, a couple names you should know going into the game. And the big piece is like that kicking game, I think is only a big piece because it could lead you to believe, by the way, it was a 33-yard field goal to take the lead in the 4th quarter. And then the final one was with time running out on 4th and 4, a 56-yard field goal that was missed to try and win the game. So those are both, one was to take the lead, one was to win the game. Missed both of those.
Got the yips just like Scholarship Burt.
But that's the pieces. Well, if we know that, then they may have the same book as Sark, where they open up and go 4th and 13. It says go.
Yeah. I will say there's a couple of things. There's a couple guys on this roster that we've talked about.
Yeah.
I think that there's 2 players on this San Jose State team that are NFL players.
Okay.
And that's Danny Scudero. I think he's probably like a special teams NFL type player. But the linebacker, I think, is absolutely going to play on Sundays. He flies around the football. He makes a lot of tackles. He's very tough. He can get into the backfield. So he is going to be somebody that Texas needs to watch out for. It's like an Anthony Hill factory. He can come from anywhere at any time at any possible point in the game. So you need to always know where he is, just like you need not just like you needed to know where Caleb Downs was, but you need to be able to identify where this guy is on every play because he can blow things up.
All right, Matt. So that brings us to our X factors and our keys for the game. I mean, it's really not like there's not really like the X factors, the keys to the game. They seem pretty straightforward. But do you have any keys to the game for this one to ensure a victory, or just things that you really want to see them get out of this game? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to lean more towards the things that I just really want to see because I don't think that you need to do anything extraordinary to win this football game by a wide margin.
Yeah.
I think in that case, you just need to play your game and you're going to win comfortably and you're going to be fine. The things that I would like to see is number one, I would like to see Arch be Arch again. I want to see him, get back into his comfortable shoes and throw the football with accuracy and be aggressive down the field when the opportunity presents itself and use his feet to his advantage and just build up his overall confidence again. Last week was a, kind of a welcome to college football moment for him. And I want to see that he learned from that and he applies it in this game and takes a step forward. Another thing that I would like to see on the offensive side of the ball is the running backs being more aggressive. I want to see them hit the holes harder and, be more deliberate in their decision making as opposed to kind of dancing around in the backfield and trying to find the right hole and, then attacking as opposed to just, getting the football, making one cut and going. I want to see them make that one cut and get up the field.
Yeah.
And then on the defensive side of the ball, I'd really like to see the pass rush get after it in this one. I would like to see them pin their ears back, get a couple sacks, couple TFLs, that kind of thing. And the last thing that I'll say is I want to see the turnover numbers get up. I'd like to see Texas force at least 2 to 3 turnovers in this game, whether it's a forced fumble or an interception, strip sack, whatever the case may be. I'd like to see them get a little bit more aggressive in their playmaking on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. That is, I think the other piece that for me, because I agree with all those points, the piece for me is I want to see you have less penalties than the other team. And that doesn't mean I need them to have, if you have 20, you can't have 10. But I'd like to see you have under 5 penalties. I'd like to see you not have false starts. Maybe I'll give you 1 false start in the game. I just want to see a lot of these dumb mistakes that'll cost you. I want to see your mental toughness and your mental fortitude in games that are hot, in games that are at home, in games that you are supposed to win for the next 3 weeks and then you have a bye, a game after a rough loss, all those pieces. I just want to see you come back out and show that you are that was more of a anomaly than what's going to be the norm for you, because we see the next 3 weeks, 3 false starts again, penalties on the defense. Like, well, crap, this is all season now. And it's the most telling number. I think Josh Pate had this number for Alabama. That was in the last, in the Kalen DeBoer era of Alabama, there has not been a game where they have had less penalties than the other team. Every single game they have had more penalties.
But Patrick, if you had invested $40 million in NIL money, those penalties would have gone away.
They would have gone away.
That has nothing to do with coaching.
No, but that's a damning stat.
It really is. It really is.
You're like, out of every game, you played BS schools in there. You could not do that. So for Texas, I don't want that stat to start creeping up on Sark. We don't want a season where everyone is that. You want to be able to change that around. I don't think it will be, but I'm just saying. That was one of those stats that popped out and you're like, oh no, don't do that, guys. So for that, I'd love to see them be able to tone it up a little bit more. Who do you think turns into the offensive MVP in this game, Matt?
Honestly, and this is a bit of a wild take considering he was the absolute joke of college football and he's going to be a bust forever and he's not a generational talent and he's trash and he's a meme. I think Arch Manning's the MVP of this game. I think he takes everything that happened last week. He turns it into some constructive learning this week, and his mechanics are better. I think he throws for at least 250 yards and a couple touchdowns in this game. I think he runs for another touchdown, maybe gets like 50 to 60 yards rushing, maybe breaks a big one with his legs. And, and really shows everybody that, no, that was just my first game. I'm going to be fine. I just had to work on a couple things, get my legs back under me, reassess, and I'm going to be great. So I think that's what's going to happen this week, and he's going to be the story. He's going to be the story of college football because he dominates San Jose State. That's going to be crazy.
I want to go with. Let's go with. I think they're going to get Ryan Wingo involved. I think Ryan Wingo is going to have a really good game and get some big plays because they just didn't get him involved. We saw Sark kind of mention it, like we saw Arch mention it too. It's like we got to get the ball to Ryan Wingo. So I think DeAndre Moore will have some good stuff, but I think Ryan Wingo is going to be a good player.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think he's going to be part of what Arch does in this game. Hey, Naman, I've been around football for a while too. I don't think I said that. I want Texas to sit back in zone and let receivers run around so the rushers can't get to the QB. I said exactly the opposite. I said they need to unleash the pass rushers and get after this. I think that they're going to do that. So anyway, can I give you a defensive MVP in this game?
Yes,
well?
Yeah. Let's do defensive MVPs. Yes.
I think that the defensive MVP, because he did not have a great game last week as well, and he's going to use that as motivation to kind of get going, is going to be Colin Simmons. I think he's going to be able to use his matchup advantages against those young tackles and get after the passer really, really easily, and maybe get a couple sacks, maybe get a forced fumble, maybe get a TFL. And I think that Anthony Hill is going to have a great game as well. I don't think he played as well as he wanted to play last week. He kind of got outshined by Leonga Lafau. Well, I'm sure he's happy that Leonga Lafau had a great game and was able to show out. I think he kind of wants to come back this week and be like, no. I'm the star linebacker of this football team. I'm gonna assert my dominance here and really get my season going.
I'll go. I'm gonna go with a different one. I think Grayson Littleton just dominates this game. I think they try and throw the ball to Scudero. He's in the slot. Grayson Littleton's right on top of him. He gets like 2 picks in this game. And everyone's like, oh, my God. And, we get the early hype out of the way for Grayson Littleton. Even though he had a great game, I'm going to give him that I think he can get 2 picks in this game if they keep throwing the ball to Scudero. I think he can go in there and make some big plays, and that would be a lot of fun to watch. So when we go through that, which freshman are you looking forward to? I just mentioned Grayson Littleton, but which freshman are you looking for? I'll start Jalen McCutcheon. We saw him step out in week 1, so I know he's going to get a lot more playing time in this game. We'll see some of the other guys, but I want to see what Jalen McCutcheon as they start to use him a little bit more. Like, what do you start using him in? Where are you putting him on the field more? Where do you like to see him? What does Arch like to see him in? I'd like to see what that kind of stuff, because I think Jalen McCutcheon feels like he is the most likely to play more minutes this season.
Yeah, I'd love to see Jalen McCutcheon. That was one that really came to mind first and foremost. I think you're going to see him a lot in the slot, especially in the second half of this game, and really get some reps in there. On offense, I've got a couple. On offense, the one that I want to see the most outside of Jalen McCutcheon is Christian Clark.
Yeah.
They've just absolutely raved about him since he got healthy again, and I really want to see what he's got. He has been compared in certain aspects of his game to Bijan Robinson, which is, obviously high praise, but, and nobody's saying that he's going to be Bijan, but he's got some similar traits to him in terms of his balance and his body's control and his ability to make cuts, apparently. So I'd love to see him get involved in this game. On the defensive side of the ball, I think this is an easy one for me. Justice Terry. I want to see what Justice Terry has got.
Yeah.
I don't care that it's San Jose State. Put him out on the field. Let him go be disruptive. Let him use that insanely, Godzilla-like build that this guy's got and go wreak some havoc in there on the interior of the defensive line. I really want to see that guy get on the football field.
No, I'm with you. I like that. I like that pick a lot because it is exciting to see what those guys do. I mean, the safety position is going to be interesting too in this one because, again, you talk about trying to go get interceptions. If it Phil Simay, I know he's not a freshman, but a Phil Simay in a just guys like that. If you're able to get them out there and maybe get some of your younger safeties a little bit of playing time to try and come in there and see if they can be ball hawks, that would be a lot of fun to watch too. Rotate those guys a little bit more when you're not so worried about just an elite group of wide receivers. That changed. And Naman, I get the man, like last week, you just have to understand last week playing against a generational group of wide receivers that they just didn't want to get burned. They felt they could keep it a low-scoring game, and if the offense scored 21, they would win. They were 100% right about that defensively. Can the offense score 21 became the problem. So they did what they needed to do in the game. One touchdown was caused because of 2 penalties. The other one was a really good catch over the top. I know the pass rush wasn't there that you'd like to be able to see to change a game, but the defensive game plan was exactly what it was supposed to be, and you're hoping your Texas offense was going to be able to put up at least 3 scores. They weren't. And that was the kind of end of the game. So I think you'll see PK play more man in other games where he has matchups that work. That matchup last week was just it's hard to go put out when you like if Jahdae Barron's still there, then yeah, okay. I can go put my guys out there because now I feel good about playing man. Now I probably still don't do it a ton, but I feel better about it because I have a Thorpe Award winner out there and a Manny Muhammad on the other side, Grayson Littleton. But if I'm playing Kobe Black or I'm playing someone like I can't trust that somebody else is going to be that good, or Gilbo or anybody else can go one-on-one with a wide receiver who's an NFL day 2 pick.
Or day 1 pick in Jeremiah Smith.
That's what I mean. I was talking about Ennis.
Yeah, like that's the thing is it's like you don't want to just go straight up man against a team like Ohio State. They have 3 of the best wide receivers in the country. Yeah. And like sure, you can play man on Jeremiah Smith with Manny Muhammad, but then you're asking Jalen Gilbo or Kobe Black or somebody like that to man up Carnell Tate and Brandon Ennis. Like that's a really tall order. And it's not I don't think that would have been the recipe for success against Ohio State. I do think you'll see more man going forward. And to answer your other question, Naman, I mean, I think theoretically that's possible. That both of them would just have to average around 60 yards a game over 17 games. So that would get them like pretty much right at 1,000. So it's theoretically possible. I don't necessarily see that being the case, but
I'll tell you how it happens. Possible. One of them finds a way to be explosive. That's the easy answer. One of them can go, I can break a 50, 60-yard run every game. So it's one play. It's not like they're overall dominating over, but if you talk about one guy who can keep breaking big plays and you say that happens in 10 games, you get a 50-yard run, it's 500 yards in 10 plays. So it gets you way, 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 way closer to 1,000 yards if you can break some big plays here and there. I don't know if either guy has that ability right now. Baxter's probably closer to having it, but neither one of them was able to show it. So we'll see in this game who has the better open field. And maybe it's Christian Clark, because if Christian Clark comes in and starts to show that, well, then it's going to be really hard to have anybody get to 1,000 because he's going to start getting in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have one more freshman that I would like to see, Patrick, that I kind of flew under the radar for me until I started talking about Justice Terry. Doesn't anybody want to see Jonah Williams on the field?
I do, but I don't know if he's playing really. I know his hamstring came back, so I don't know if he's ready to go.
Yeah, depending on his health situation, I hope that he is ready to go because as excited as I was about them signing Justice Terry and being able to watch him play, there wasn't a player that Texas signed in the 2024 class or 2025 class rather that I was more excited about than Jonah Williams. So if he's healthy enough, I would love to see him get on the field. I hope you at least see it at some point over the next couple weeks.
I know.
And then, once he kind of gets some game reps and shows what he can do on the field, maybe they can put him out there in some certain situations throughout SEC play. So he's a hell of a talent. And I would love to see him just get a few reps.
I agree with you 100% on that one. And the reason I didn't bring him up is because I've kept hearing that hamstring injury that was slowing him down in baseball, and then he had to rest, and they were really trying to get it good for football, and then he came back, but maybe he came back a little too soon, and that was an injury again. So they basically shut him down for a little bit to be like, you're still young enough, you still got baseball, you've got all these things, let's try and get you actually healthy, as opposed to, you know, trying to be a two-sport athlete and running you into a wall at 18 years old. Yeah. Like, let's actually get you where you need to be. So I haven't heard if he's fully back at practice or if they're still going slow with him. I would love to see him too, though. That's just a hard position to play without a ton of practice. Like, there's some other positions where you can kind of get into it, but for that one, if you're out of place, it's a touchdown.
Yeah. I mean, hell, you could stick that guy at linebacker. Like, you know, but as soon as he gets healthy, I really want to see him on the field as soon as I can, because I've been excited about him for a while.
No, I'm with you 100%. I think we both want to see all the wide receivers and French and Lockett and Terry, and just see if those guys have any special ability. Like, that's what I say, is like that video game special ability where it's like, this guy has this move or this wiggle or this speed or whatever it is. And if they just have something that you're able to use in boutique packages for the rest of the season, where you can go, we can put this guy out here and he could do something that no one's going to be able to stop. I mean, we talked about with Ryan Williams, and Ryan Williams is a special example. But you're like, if you just have a guy who's faster than everybody in pads and goes, that's a great player to have.
Absolutely. I mean, they did that with Ryan Wingo last year.
Yeah.
With all the jet sweeps and reverses and that kind of a thing.
But not only that, they would do him on like 4th and longs or 3rd and longs and just be like, there's a decent chance someone's going to grab you. It's like, just kind of lean into it and get the PI. Like, we know you're not really ready to catch the ball yet at this level of running past him, but just go get the PI. And yeah, I think you see that with fast guys. Like, they're going to grab you because it's a touchdown if they don't. And so if you have somebody like that on the bench, I'd love to be able to see it. And yeah, the backup QBs, of course, as well. We'll see. I don't know who they're going to play a lot. We know Matthew Caldwell was named the backup quarterback before Ohio State, but that was for Ohio State. So now we can look, and there was talks that it could be by committee, that we could see we could see 4 quarterbacks in this game. We could see 3. We could see 2. We could see 1 if everything does not go according to plan. But you're hoping to see at least 3. For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going to bring that up at here in a second anyway, but I've seen Trey Owens a little bit. I haven't seen Matthew Caldwell. I'd like to see him.
Yeah.
But the one that I want to see the most is KJ Lacey.
100%.
Because I've watched his high school tape, and I've heard about the training camp and how he looked pretty good at certain points, and other points he looked like a freshman. He always, in my opinion, and I saw this at Elite 11, I saw this on his high school film, he always kind of seemed like the guy that when the lights come on is when he's at his best. So, put him in a situation in his first college football game, I think maybe he'll be able to hit a couple passes where you're like, oh, wow, we've really got something here. So I just, I want to see what he looks like. I think he's got a good relationship with these young receivers too. So, he can sling it around. They didn't name him Mr. Football in the state of Alabama for no reason. So he's a talented kid.
No, I'm with you. It should be an interesting piece. And KJ Lacey is the one for me too. And like, this isn't a shot at Trey Owens, but the reality is, if Trey Owens wasn't ready to be the backup quarterback this year, there is a little bit more of, well, if you're not ready now, next season, we're already looking at the next guy. So we need to push over and figure that out. And Rodney, he probably should quit football if he's going to quit one. I'll be dead honest with you. Baseball pays way more for way less injuries. It's way easier to play baseball. Like, if you're good enough to be a star baseball player, you should be a star baseball player. If you love football to death, you want to play it. But I'm pretty sure I watch a lot of baseball players without CTE. So I'm just like, I get it. I'd love for him to play football. I get it for Texas. But if you're going to pick one and you're a top recruit at both, baseball's normally the one that pays a ton of money. So, and he also could go play that he could be a major league player in 3 years. Like, I mean, drafted next year playing, like, you can do all that stuff too. So there's a world where if he wants to be a baseball player, that's great. But he can go either way. I've always sided with baseball because you can make bukus of money in baseball.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you, Patrick. on the quarterback thing again, real quick. So you make a good point about Trey Owens. If you're not ready to take the backup role after sitting all last year and getting yourself ingrained in the system, and you can't beat out a true freshman and a transfer from another school who came in during really late in the process, then I'm not sure that you're ever really going to be in a position to be a backup for this football team. And I can guarantee you, when Arch comes back for the 2026 season, then there's a guy that's coming in right behind him who's more than likely going to be your backup no matter what. His name's Diabell. He's an absolutely incredible quarterback. And that's why I am so interested in seeing KJ Lacey, because I think if anybody on this roster right now is going to be able to fight off Diabell for primary backup duties next season, at least it's going to be KJ Lacey.
And that's kind of where I'm at too, Matt. Is it just doesn't feel like Trey Owens' progression is at the rate it needs to be. Mm-hmm. Because what you want to hear is Trey Owens is backup. We nailed it, and it was a good competition, but it didn't feel like at any point it was a competition for the backup job. It was a competition who was going to lose and be third. It felt like that much more, and that's why Caldwell was the guy originally. They're like, we just can't trust either one of you. And that's a problem for a Sark run offense. He wants to have trust. I get that's somewhat ironic after last week, but he wants to have trust in his guys. So I'm with you on that one, Matt.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, there's a little look at Texas versus San Jose State. We'll keep the conversation going if you want to throw anything into the chat or the text line. I think we had one that says putting Jonah in and college football 26 is a cheat code. I did not know if that he was rated that good, or there may be something about him in there I do not know. I've not played college football 26, so I don't know.
I was playing it last night.
Yeah.
And I like to put Jonah Williams in there when I'm playing with Texas, just because it's fun and I like seeing him on the field. So I usually put him at the star position.
Yeah.
And I usually play as the star position because I think it's just a fun position to play. So I was playing as Jonah Williams, and literally my first drop back against Ohio State in coverage, I got a pick 6. So I tend to agree.
All right. So maybe a little cheat code there. Maybe that's your buddy on the text line who's playing against you. And I don't.
No. I haven't played anybody online in that game since 2010, probably.
Oh yeah, you aged out of it.
Yeah, these kids these days would smoke me, man.
All right, we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we'll get over the Cowboys recap. See if Matt wants to play the schedule game again next week. We'll go into that as the Cowboys put up a valiant fight. The offense looked pretty decent. Pretty good against that Eagles defense. There are some extenuating circumstances. We'll get into all of that. Matt's Bourbon banter on the rebound at 2 here in hour 2, and we will make our picks for the weekend. You may want to fade us. I don't know. We're not doing so well on the picks, but we'll go into all that here in hour 2 coming up right after these messages here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we would like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and relax the bat.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Here we are back on Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Of course, you, the third member. Text lines open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, here on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. You can hit us up in all of those places. Give us what you think, what you're talking about. If you've got final score predictions, we'll give ours here in a little bit. We make our picks. Texas is not going to be on one of our picks this week because I don't like picking 35-plus point spreads. But we will have some other picks for you. We will give you our prediction for the game as well as we continue on here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Rodney says football is more fun. That is subjective, but what is Matt, what do you think the top like DB gets paid right now in the NFL? Like $26 million a year?
It's Derek Stingley right now, isn't it?
Is it Stingley or was it?
He's at least, I think he was at least up there. It's probably between 25 and 30 million, probably like around 26, 27.
DB contracts. Your highest paid DB contract, Sauce Gardner, $120 million extension, 4-year, $120 million. Let's look up what Juan Soto just got paid.
$30 million annually for Derek Stingley. So I don't know what.
Okay, so there's probably more money in the Sauce Gardner, but more annual that could be as we get into it. Juan Soto, however, just got a 15-year, $765 million contract. So much I couldn't say it. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of money in baseball. Also, all that's guaranteed money. Every last penny of that. Plus, if you play long enough in baseball, you get health care for the rest of your life. There's so many more benefits to Major League Baseball than there are to the NFL. I get it. I enjoy watching football much more, but if you gave me the choice of which one to play and I was really, really good at both, I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take the one where I get paid more money to do less damage to my body.
I don't disagree with you. Sauce Gardner, $30.1 million average per year guaranteed, I think. You said Juan Soto was
15 years, $765 million.
$765 million. So divide that by 15. Fully guaranteed $51 million a year, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
You can't sign a contract like that in the NFL.
Just saying. That is ridiculous. That is a whole level of ridiculous right there. So that's why I say that. It's also whenever my friends don't appreciate my thing when I'm like, when they go, oh, I have a kid, I go, put a baseball in their left hand. Just put a baseball in their left hand. Just throw the ball with the left hand, man. If he could throw like 90, if he can throw in the 90s with his left hand with somewhat accuracy, it's like he could be a millionaire. It's like the only hack to getting to professional sports. I guess kicking is kind of that now. Yes, kicking is getting more and more, but now it feels like that one's getting more and more.
I have a hot take.
Yeah.
If I could pick one sport to be the best in the world at, it's really, really easy for me. It's not
Okay.
football. It's not baseball. It's not hockey. It's not basketball. It's not
Mhm.
NASCAR.
What is it?
Golf.
That's a good one.
You just get paid millions and millions of dollars to go play golf 4 days a week, every week for like 6 months. And the kicker is you don't even have to really take care of your body. See John Daly. You just got to be able to hit the ball in good spots and place like in the mid, between, somewhere in the top 30, top 40. You just got to make the cut every week and you're going to make a really dang good living.
I mean, you got to be able to grip and rip it. We all know that.
Well, yeah, but as long as you place as long as you make the cut, you're making some serious money, like every weekend.
All right, so that's why I say baseball. But I agree. We all wanted to play football because we're all Texas football fans. We're like, the baseball team will be fine without you, Jonah. We'd love to have you on both, but if we got to pick one, we'd love you to be a star safety for us. I get it. I get that, but I'm just telling you, money-wise. But that's like, if you're a quarterback, it's a little bit different. That's why I like the quarterbacks like Kyler Murray and John Elway and those guys, they can get away with it a little bit more because they're like, all right, I can go either way, but I don't know, I have to go in the minors first, and I don't want to go to the minors, and I think the minors is better now than it was back then.
Especially nowadays when you're a quarterback with the talent level of Dak Prescott, you're going to get $72 million guaranteed. What is it, next year or the year after?
He looked good. He was so good. Yeah, he was a $70 million quarterback last night, I'll tell you. We'll get into it. I don't want to miss Matt's Bourbon banter, though, because I've missed this too many times. Going to get to it in hour 2. On Friday afternoons, we always go to some Matt's Bourbon banter where we let Matt give us a little bit more class about our maybe some habits that are not great for some of us, but we enjoy sipping a little bourbon on a Saturday afternoon, maybe a Sunday, nice early afternoon drink. Matt gives you the classy reviews here of some different liquors and some different bourbons. What do you got for us this week, Matt?
This week I decided to go with something that was a little bit more affordable because the last couple times I've brought some bourbons to the table, it's been a little bit on the more expensive side. So I decided to do our fans a solid this week, and I'm going with Basil Hayden this week. It's MSRP's for about $35. See, Patrick came to the rescue here because I left my bourbon sitting on my kitchen counter back home at my apartment before I left for Austin this morning. I also forgot my headphones, which is why I'm wearing these stringy ones, and I had to run to CVS before the show started to pick these up for $12.99. So we're thriving today.
We're thriving.
But Basil Hayden's it MSRP's for about $35. Sometimes you'll find it around 40, 45, but you can find it for 35 if you go to the right place. So very affordable. It's out of the Beam Suntory company, the Jim Beam's distillery in Louisville. It's a very standard release every year. It's nothing like a aged 10-year. It's just your standard run-of-the-mill bourbon, 63% corn, 27% rye, 10% malted barley. The nose is like a nice peachy, mixed berry, fruity kind of flavor, scent coming off the nose there. A little bit of oak in there, some orange zest, some citrus, which is some good stuff there. The palate is very light. It's only 80 proof. It's the only 80 proof that Jim Beam bottles, which is pretty interesting. But a little bit of vanilla, some peach, some peach in there as well. But it's very smooth, very easy to drink for your first time bourbon drinker. If you guys have never really tried any bourbons before, this is a good place to start. And the finish is very smooth. You almost can't even tell that you almost can't even feel anything on the finish, which is very easy for your novice bourbon drinkers there. It's got some oak, some fruit in there, a little bit of corn. But it's a great overall, value bourbon, something that you can always have on your shelf to make just a quick bourbon on the rocks or a nice little cocktail. And I'll say this too. I normally do not mix my bourbons with anything ever. I always just do it on the rocks or neat every single time. But Basil Hayden specifically, you can make an excellent cocktail, and it's very simple. You just do like 1.5 ounces, 2 ounces of Basil Hayden, some Topo Chico, a little bit of lemon in there. It's one of the most refreshing drinks you're going to have all summer. So you can check that out if you're not ready to just drink bourbon straight. it's a really good place to start. But yeah, it's on my scale, it's not going to be super high up there in terms of, one of the most excellent bourbons that you're ever going to drink. But that's not what it's there for. It's there to be affordable. It's there to be smooth. It's there to be good. So I'm giving it a 5.7, which is a little bit on the higher end of my good scale, my good number scale there. So yeah, Basil Hayden's very affordable, very smooth, very easy. Go check that one out and enjoy it when Texas, beats the brakes off of San Jose State this weekend.
I like it. I've had Basil Hayden's a few times. My buddy Zach from Zach's Mobile Locksmith, shout out to Zach, turned me on to those. He would have that a lot, so we would have that, and then so I've had plenty of it. My time hanging out with him, but it is a nice drink there. It's one of those ones that when I drink it, I think it's too nice for me. So I need to go cheaper. There we go with Matt's Bourbon Banter, helping us class up the joint on a Friday afternoon. Matt, we did the schedule game yesterday, and it went poorly for the Cowboys. The game then starts for the Cowboys last night, and they put up a pretty good effort. Now, we should mention that Jaylen Carter, just really meathead of the day material, spits on Dak Prescott right in front of a ref and gets ejected. So one of the best pass rushers and defenders for Philadelphia is gone right away. So it does take that edge away a little bit more, allows Dak Prescott a little bit more time in the pocket to get some of these passes out. But the offense looks good. Javonte Williams looked pretty decent running the football. Wasn't, a world beater, but looked pretty decent doing it. So we saw that he played pretty well. We know that that Pickens made some good plays throughout the game. CeeDee Lamb just looked good in the beginning and then kind of fell apart there at the end. Too many easy drops. I mean, personally, maybe if he had played in the preseason at all, and maybe if they had not just coddled him, he'd be ready for week one. But who am I? But overall, there was a lot of praise put on Schottenheimer for having the team ready, seemed disciplined, seemed ready to go. There was a lot of those pieces for it. The offense did look better than what we thought. You were saying that this could be around the 30-point loss. They had the ball in their hand at the end of the game, and if CeeDee Lamb makes a catch there, they could have a chance to win the game. So there are pieces. There was an injury to start the game, Jaylen Carter getting ejected. I get all those pieces being around, but you have to admit this was better than you thought the Cowboys were going to play.
Oh, absolutely. Javonte Williams specifically looked a lot better than I thought he was going to look. Miles Sanders even broke a big run, even though he fumbled later on that drive.
Miles Sanders, got that Miles Sanders speed. If you just see it, like, oh, and you're like,
yeah,
God, why could that have not been Jaden Blue? Jaden Blue would have been dancing before Miles Sanders got caught.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I loved that run from Miles Sanders, he's like, even though it was a 40-yard run, it's like that's about as washed as you could look on a 40-yard run I think I've ever seen. But the running game looked pretty good. The offensive line looked pretty good. Obviously, Carter not being in there is a massive factor in the way the offensive line played. But the Eagles still had a really good defensive line in there.
Yeah,
even absent Carter. So they held up very well. The offensive line, I thought George Pickens looked pretty good. There were a couple moments where there was one moment where the devil on the shoulder of George Pickens, kind of got the better of him, and he did that weird head swipe thing to the Eagles defender. And there was another time where he didn't listen to the devil on his shoulder and he let go of the guy's leg. So he's working on it. So that was solid. CeeDee Lamb looked good for most of the game. Those 3 drops were absolutely huge and really lost the game for them, in my opinion. But they played a heck of a lot better than I thought they were going to play, especially on defense. Holding Saquon Barkley to less than 70 yards rushing. I think he was like
yards per carry.
Yeah, right at 60 yards, I think, somewhere around there. They really locked him up, which I was really surprised by. They held A.J. Brown to 1 catch on 1 target. I think maybe he had 2 targets.
No, 1 target.
So those are all really positive things that you can take away from this game.
16 yards.
Yeah. So the one thing that killed you on that game defensively, if you were the Cowboys, was Jalen Hurts' legs. And that's something that's really hard to account for when you've got all these other playmakers all over the field. It's really hard to leave a spy in there when you've got, Saquon Barkley running out of the backfield, and you've got, these 2 wide receivers and this tight end and this other receiver they have is a pretty solid player too. He had a couple catches. So Overall, I was pretty impressed by what the Cowboys did for the most part. I thought Dak looked great. He was putting the ball on the money in pretty much every opportunity that he had. Is just there was some drops in there that really killed him, and it was very encouraging to see. I think the Jaylen Carter thing played a much bigger role though than anything necessarily that the Cowboys did offensive line wise. Like he might be the best defensive tackle in football. He's extremely disruptive. He's an absolute monster. If he's in that game, I don't think that Javonte Williams is that successful. I don't think that Miles Sanders breaks that 40-yard run necessarily. So that's something you got to think about. But also, not every team that you play this season is going to have a Jaylen Carter either. So overall, I was pretty impressed by what Dallas did. And it gives me a little bit more hope going into these next few games. Maybe I'm not quite as down on them as I would have been otherwise. But I still don't think this is a playoff team. I'll say that.
I don't think it's a playoff team either. But, yeah, I think that the defense played well enough in this game. We started to see a little bit of the cracks on the Eagles' offense that, we've seen them a few times before. This is the Eagles going in with a new play caller as well, with Kellen Moore taking the Saints job. And it just felt like there was some pieces. But, yeah, you cannot take away. They held their stars to be not stars. Other than Jalen Hurts, who this was kind of like that Baylor and Auburn game that we saw where it was like, all right, we stopped everybody. We've accounted for everything. And then the quarterback just runs away. And Jalen Hurts did that way too many times. That kind of goes into not getting the pass rush as well. Marshawn Kneeland, again, we saw hints of it last year. He looked pretty good in this game, was getting there. It's just you don't have that dynamic player to disrupt things in the backfield consistently. Mm-hmm. And without that, I mean, the secondary still held. There was still plenty of good pieces throughout it. But, yeah, it definitely changes the perspective of the Cowboys too. Okay, they're going to be in a lot more games. I'm not saying they're just going to get blown out in all these games. They're going to be in a lot. Can they be a team that wins one-score games, or can they not? And that's the difference between an 8 or 9 win team or a 5-win team. Like, that's the reality is, like, if they win these one-score games, then they could be a 9-win team still. Because I think they'll be in games like this against, where they have a shot at the end. And if CeeDee Lamb comes up with a ball, who knows? But this one didn't break, so you're already 0-1 in the one-score games. How are you going to do in the rest of these one-score games?
Yeah, so the Bengals last season,
yeah,
I'm counting right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They lost 7 one-score games and ended the season 9-8. So that was a difference for them. I mean, this could have been a 16-win football team. The one game they really got blown out was by the Eagles. Every other game they had a chance to win. So it can really be the difference in whether or not you make the playoffs or not. It could be the difference between Dallas being a 5-win team and a 12-win team. But now, like, after this game, I really do feel like they're going to be in a lot of these games. They're going to have a chance to win a lot of these games against the Ravens, the Chiefs, whoever else they play along the way. I do think that they're going to have a really good opportunity to win, or not the Ravens, sorry, the Broncos, really have an opportunity to win a lot of these games. And that's something that I did not expect whatsoever. At a certain point, we're probably going to have to talk about the Dak Prescott, Jaylen Carter thing. I didn't know if you wanted to save that for Meathead of the Day, but
we can talk about it. It was more or less Dak Prescott spits over the shoulder of Tyler Booker. And then Jaylen Carter took that to be that he was spitting at him. So he asked him, "Are you spitting at me?" Dak said no. And then Jaylen Carter spit on him. That was Dak's account. Jaylen Carter didn't dispute that. Jaylen Carter basically said, "That was my mistake. I own it. I hurt my teams. I hurt my family. I hurt my fans. I hurt my fans. I hurt everybody. It's never going to happen again." So he did not deny any piece of it after the game. It's not how you want to start an NFL season. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I don't. I've tried to watch the exchange back and forth a couple times, and like the guys over at 105 through the Fan, I used to work there. I love those guys. I think they're the best radio team in Dallas by far for local radio, and they were on Dak's side in this. I'm a little bit more neutral He spits in Jaylen Carter's direction and then goes, "Yeah," like he's kind of goading him on, which is fine. That doesn't give Jaylen Carter the excuse to walk up to him and then spit in his face. So those are two totally separate things. But my biggest issue with the entire thing was Dak's response to it. Because, and I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's a long quote, but I guess I can read some of it. He says, "Yeah, I probably spit 1,000 times throughout the game. I mean, especially on game day, maybe even in general, and something I guess I'm not proud of. But in that case, he was trolling, I guess you could say, trying to mess with the Cowboys right guard Tyler Booker. I was just looking at him. I was right there by 2 linemen, and I guess I just needed to spit, and I wasn't gonna spit on my linemen, so I just spit ahead." And he goes on and on and on. But to me, it really sounded like a kid at school who got caught doing something that he wasn't supposed to do and then was trying to explain it to his parents after he got detention. And it just sounds like a very overly elaborate explanation for something. It was like, yeah, I just kind of spit in that direction, and I guess he took it the wrong way, and there was a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I also think that there was a ref or not, like, not far away from this, and as soon as Jaylen Carter started walking over, you're like, you need to stop this. Like, you need to stop it before it escalates. I know you don't want to be a little rash, but like you've already thrown flags in this game. Like on the kickoff, there was already a fight on the kickoff. So maybe when you see a defensive lineman start walking toward the huddle of the other team, be like, hey, let's stop this. You just go back. Let's not have this. We can't do this right now. It's the beginning of the season. We don't want to have 2 fights to start the game. They end up doing it. He gets ejected. But at the end of the day, it's stupid. If I'm Nick Sirianni, I am livid because I'm like, you almost cost us a football game. You almost did all that. Like, what do you want me to do? Because I can't, like, you're one of our great players, but like, this is the leadership we have. This is why you dropped in the draft. This is why we got you.
Well,
because I mean, part of it is
decision making. Yes.
Yeah. Bad decision making. And, so that's kind of where it ends up being. It was a great stroke of luck for the Cowboys to have the Micah Parsons equalizer come in. That was really nice for them. But at the end of the day, that defense played way better than I thought they would. And I think this was kind of the point I was making yesterday was you do have to remember we get all caught up in watching 2 weeks of college football, and then we get an NFL game, and you have to remember, like, oh, that's right, NFL lines shouldn't be over a touchdown. Most of these games should be like 1 to 2 score games. Like the NFL, and especially the Cowboys have talent on the team. Like, there's just really, really good players. So sometimes we have to step back a little bit from really overreacting. And that was where we were. Cowboys put us back. I still don't think they're going to be a great team. I still don't think they're a playoff team because they had some holes before the Micah Parsons trade. And I'm not sold that Kenny Clark is going to fix all of those problems for them. But he did in week 1. And he did step up. He was a good player in week 1 for them. The young guys stepped up. They did what they needed to do against a Philadelphia team that didn't necessarily look that good offensively.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with everything you just said. It is very difficult to watch college football and then go back to the NFL and be like, oh yeah, all of these guys are NFL players. There's a much starker difference between Texas and San Jose State, for example, than there would be between the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. These guys all get paid a ton of money to play football for a living, and they're in the NFL for a reason. At the end of the day, the Cowboys just had a few more mistakes than the Eagles with the drops and the penalties and that kind of stuff. And that's what cost them at the end. And at the end of the day, 9 times out of 10 in the NFL, the team with the most penalties and the most turnovers in the game is going to lose the game.
Yeah.
But because the talent difference is really not that vast between all of these teams, unless you're maybe talking about the difference between like the Eagles and maybe like the Saints right now. For the most part, and even then, the Saints are all NFL players too, so they're gonna be able to do some things in that football.
Yeah, they're not gonna get blown out 45-0 every game. Like they'll score some points, they'll have good plays. It won't be. They're just gonna lose a lot of games. I did also. My buddy had the Eagles. I was playing the Eagles in both fantasy leagues I'm in for defense, really upset about that Miles Sanders fumble, because without this fumble, first of all, the Cowboys probably score right there. So then I knock him into negative points in the scoring, and he doesn't get the 2 points. So I could have had negative points out of the Eagles defense in week 1. They end up with 2. I was pretty upset about it. Plus, he had Dallas Goedert in a league. So I got screwed with the Dallas Goedert getting a bunch of catches. But
I told you he was a good tight end.
He was used a lot. Still not going good. I'm going to use a lot. Matt, let's get to our picks. Right now, we're not doing great, Matt. So far, you have a total of 3 out of 10 correct, and I have 2 out of 10 correct.
I'm in the lead, baby.
I mean, I'm not even batting well right now. That's how bad this is for me. But we're going to turn it around this week. I have 5 games and a bonus pick as well. If we want to throw in the bonus pick, we get to throw in NFL games now, because there's not 5 college games that are fun to pick right now, because we would be getting into all of that. We'll also get to our final score predictions. If you have a final score prediction, throw that into the chat, throw that into the text line. And Chan, I saw that there's hope with the Cowboys, Chan. There's hope, but I don't know if there's enough hope that Matt is necessarily going to be jumping back over that fence to get back in. Let's start. Illinois at Duke is our first game, Matt. This is a number 11 Illinois going to an unranked Duke, right? So you figure Illinois has got to be, they're number 11 in the country. They're playing an unranked Duke team. This is probably a pretty big line, wouldn't you say? 2.5, Matt. 2.5 is what they're feeling for Illinois and Duke. This is I got Darian Mensah. He went 27 for 34 for 389 last week for Duke. Where are you going?
So it's 2.5 in favor of Illinois.
Yes.
And being the number 11 team in the country, it's at Duke, correct? So you're going on the road to Duke. I think that probably says something about your football team in terms of Vegas's confidence in you when you're that highly ranked and you don't have that big of a spread against an unranked team. Duke ran Malik Murphy out of the building so that they could sign Darian Mensah in the transfer portal.
I know, did him wrong.
I do think that they did him wrong. I don't think they should have done that, but I think Darian Mensah is a hell of a quarterback, and he's super, super talented. So I am going to pick Duke in this game, not just to cover, but to win the game. I think they upset Illinois early on in the season. We snuff out the Illinois easy schedule, playoff hope BS, and they drop, closer to number 25 in the country after getting beat by the Duke Blue Devils.
There you go. Yeah, I got Duke in this one as too. I'm a little worried about that defense. They gave up some points to a FCS school last week, so I'm a little worried about that defense for Illinois. But I'll tell you this, I like the over in the game as well. I think they score a lot of points, and they go back and forth on this one. Illinois gets the trap game early, and Duke takes that one for me. So bet Illinois, everybody. Baylor at SMU, 2.5-point favorites for SMU here. What do you got?
I didn't think SMU looked all that impressive against East Texas A&M. I know they won. I think it was 42-13. But I didn't come away overly impressed with them. So I'm going to take Baylor in this one. It's not, SMU is not an extremely difficult place to play. It's not a far distance to travel from Waco. It's only an hour and a half. I've got Baylor in this game.
So Baylor, they started. I like the over in this game too. It's 63.5. I think both teams score a lot in this game. So the big difference in week 1 was Jackson Arnold's legs, right? Kevin Jennings doesn't have that for SMU. So you worry a little bit more. Is that kind of the one flaw that Baylor has and they just weren't ready for it? I'm going to go ahead and still take SMU in this game. I think it's at home. I think Baylor was just too slow last week. They didn't look like they were in the right position for a lot of pieces defensively. And I think SMU is just going to be able to, throughout the game, exploit the fact that Baylor's just not ready. And I think it's going to be like for Baylor again, like last year, really slow start, figured it out and got going. It feels like it's going to be that piece again for Baylor. So I'm going to go SMU on this one.
Patrick, I don't like you disrespecting Kevin Jennings like that. He averaged 3.5 yards per carry last season.
3.5 yards per carry. Yes, he does not run the ball very much. I mean, he's no Jackson Arnold.
No, he is elusive and he can pick up some yards on the ground. But I agree with you; it's not the same factor that Jackson Arnold is, and I think that Jackson Arnold's going to put him over the edge.
All right, Michigan at Oklahoma, 5.5 point favorites for Oklahoma here. This is the big one. This is the biggest matchup of the weekend. Bryce Underwood, the young kid coming in. People are high on him. What do you think here, Matt? Michigan at Oklahoma.
Is Sooner Cowboys still in the chat? Do we have his?
Him off.
Do we have his prediction on the game? This game is in Norman, correct?
Yes.
So I don't know that Bryce Underwood is going to be able to handle Oklahoma Stadium. I think that he's a super talented guy. Some would call him a generational talent, even though they're not calling Arch Manning a generational talent because he had one bad game. But Bryce Underwood is an extremely talented quarterback. I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think John Mateer is going to have a huge game in this one. The guy plays with his hair on fire. He doesn't care what anybody thinks about what he does. He just goes and he does it. And he's really successful at it. And I think he is going to propel Oklahoma to a win in this game. And I think that he is going to be the Heisman Trophy favorite coming out of this game because people are going to get to see him on a really national stage here, and that he's going to play really well. So he's going to jump into the Heisman contention after this one.
I think he'll be there. I agree with you that I think they're going to see what he does. I don't know if he's going to dominate the same way because I think Michigan's defense will be okay. The big problem I see here is the same thing we saw with Arch. Bryce Underwood's going up against a really good defensive coach in Brent Venables. And so I think that he's going to be able to disguise some things, make some different changes that Michigan didn't see last week, and just take Bryce Underwood out of his game a little bit more. You just go against, we can talk about Brent Venables as a head coach all we want. As a defensive coordinator, as someone who can put a game plan together to shut down a young quarterback, I'll trust Brent Venables on that one. So I have OU on that one as well. Let's do some NFL picks now. Lions at the Packers, 1.5 point favorites for the Packers. It went up to 2.5 for a little bit after the Micah Parsons trade, back down to 1.5 point favorites for the Packers now.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really high on the Packers this entire offseason. I thought that getting Micah Parsons was going to be what put them over the top, but even though he's probably going to be dealing with that back issue for a little while, I just think that defense is going to be much better with him in the game. I think that Matthew Golden is going to be able to piece up that secondary with Jordan Love, and I really like their rushing game with Josh Jacobs. So I'm going to take the Packers to cover this one. I mean, it's basically a pick 'em at 1.5. So I'm going to take the Packers here, and start my Packers winning the NFC North train.
All right, there we go. I have the Lions winning this game. I think that the Packers will be really, really good by the end of the season. There's just a lot of new pieces, a lot of things you have to incorporate in. Matthew Golden bring in there as probably the new number one. How long does that take to just get the feeling right for a young guy in Matthew Golden? Micah Parsons has been there for a week. He's going to make an impact, but he's kind of hurt. He's going to be in there, but how long will it take them to really figure out that defense now as they kind of move forward into a new place? I think that there's just going to be a little transitional period, and this is a really good Lions team still. I'm a Ben Johnson guy, but I don't know if it's going to hurt him to that level. That, again, this team was amazing last year. They have a ton of talent on this offense. So I'm going to still go with the Lions in this one. Now, you could go, it's at Green Bay. Jared Goff sucks outside. We've known that one before, but I'm going to take the Lions to try and win this one week 1. So we got that one.
Yeah, and it's not going to be, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field out there with Jared Goff. It's going to be pretty fair weather. So, my big concern with the Lions is just the missing piece of Ben Johnson. I don't know how much that affected the Eagles losing Kellen Moore to the Saints, But, I picked Jahmyr Gibbs in fantasy football, so I hope he has a hell of a game and the Packers just kind of edge him out.
All right. Huge matchup. Sunday night football, Matt. Ravens, 1.5-point favorites at the Bills. What do you got?
Ooh. So if this was a playoff game, I would pick the Bills. But the Ravens are such a good regular season team, and Lamar Jackson is usually pretty good coming out of the gates. They're never going to be healthier than this with Derrick Henry in the running game. So I'm really split on this one. I'm probably going to go with the Ravens, but I really don't feel good about going either way. So I'm just going to pick the Ravens, close my eyes, and hope for the best.
Look, I'm going with the Ravens as well in this game. I feel like, again, the Ravens feel like an early season team that feels a little bit more ready. You have Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson there. That run game can kind of pull you through early in a season. I think for Josh Allen to build up a little bit more with his receivers, we know he's going to try and run the ball a lot as well, because that's what Josh Allen does. But I'll rely on the early season, Harbaugh having his team ready. He is a preseason guy. Harbaugh is. I'll trust him to have his team ready to go into Buffalo week 1 and get the win. And finally, our bonus pick we'll throw in there. Bonus pick for you, Matt. We don't really need it because we have enough different picks. You got the Packers, I've got the Lions. I have SMU, you have Baylor. So we have a couple different picks. But we'll throw in a bonus pick too. Texans at the Rams, I thought would be a fun one. Rams are favored by 3.5. So we got to remember, they got to win by more than a field goal. So I think that's the only line that this line makes a little bit more interesting. Texans at the Rams.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me. My biggest point of contention against picking the Rams would be Matthew Stafford. How does he look with the back thing, especially against a pass rush and a defense like the Texans are going to have with, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson and all these guys they've got on that defense. It's going to be one of the best defenses in the NFL. I have no doubt about that. What really moves this to me in favor of the Rams and why I'm going to pick the Rams is because I think they also have an awesome defense. And I think they have a really, really good pass rush. And I don't know if the Texans are going to be able to hold up against that pass rush with Jared Verse and all these other guys they have on the defensive line. So I'm going to pick the Rams in this one. I think that they're going to win, 23-17, something like that.
Okay. So nice, a 1-score win, but 2 field goals, whatever that is, but a 1-score win, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Look, I'm going to be a homer. I'm going to take the Texans. That defense is going to be stout. I think it could be close. And so basically I will take this knowing that I got the 3 points, knowing that if it's a field goal game that I'm still good on that one. But yeah, that is I'm with you. It's going to be that one's going to be a really fun game for me to watch because it is a really good defense against a masterful quarterback, someone who doesn't get tricked easily. You're going to want to see that pass rush. And we just want to see what the Texans offense can do. What are they doing? Last I looked, it looks like Nick Chubb's number 1 on the depth chart. There's no Joe Mixon, so who else? Is it Dameon Pierce? Woody Marks is on 4th string on the depth chart.
Yeah,
he's behind R.A. Ogunbowale.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm leaning Rams, is because I don't think they're going to be able to run the football, and I don't think they're going to be able to protect C.J. Stroud. So, and I think that the Rams will have a better opportunity to protect Matthew Stafford than the Texans will C.J. Stroud. Now, does that mean he's going to have a clean pocket all game and not get hit? Absolutely not. But it's just, this is going to be a super, super interesting matchup on both sides.
I'm with you. I am with you. Did you have any games that you thought might be trap games here this week in college football?
In college football?
I'll give you a couple ones. I will get your opinion if you think either one of these are. The first one is South Florida at Florida.
Yeah.
Florida's at home. We saw what South Florida did last week to Boise State, and maybe that's just Boise State's not the team anymore, but they came and put it on them. Byron Brown has legs on him. He can move around. That also throws off some defenses. USF averaged over 16 yards per catch against Boise State by their wide receivers. They could get big plays. You get a couple big plays, all of a sudden you're in it against Florida, and anything can happen. I think Florida wins this game. I just think it's a trap alert for Florida.
Yeah, I've actually got a couple. One that I'm a little bit more serious about. One of them's a little bit more of a joke, but I'm gonna give you both anyway. The one that I'm a little bit more serious about is Ole Miss and Kentucky. Ole Miss absolutely beat the brakes off of the team they played last week, but it was Georgia State. They lost to Kentucky last season, and that was at Ole Miss. I'm not saying that Kentucky is exactly Death Valley, but this is still a young quarterback going into his first road start in Austin Simmons. They've got a lot of talent, got a really good running back in Kawan Lacey. The defense did not, perform to the level, even though they held Georgia State to 7 points. The defense did not exactly perform to the level that I would have hoped. They still had some Ole Miss style penalties in that game. These are the kinds of games that most scare me with Ole Miss, the ones that they're supposed to win very easily. They usually end. I mean, the line's 8.5. It probably should be more than that, but that's why I'm not gonna be comfortable about it, because they don't really tend to perform to the level in a lot of games like this. So that's the one that I'm more serious about. The other one, just for the Alabama fans out there, UL Monroe taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Oh man.
It is a 35.5 point spread in favor of the Tide. The last time that these two teams played, well, I don't know if it was the last time the two teams played, but one of the times that these two teams played back in 2007, the mighty Warhawks took down Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. And last week, Patrick, UL Monroe shut out St. Francis 29-0. This team is real, okay? Yeah. What's this quarterback's name? Aiden Armenta was 12 of 23 for 95 yards and a touchdown and a pick against St. Francis. He is going to ball in this game. They're going to out-effort the Tide, and they're not going to win. But I think it's still going to be sloppy from Alabama.
It's like a 35-point spread, though.
I know. I think it's going to be sloppy for Alabama. They're not going to look great in this game. They're still going to win. But and I'm halfway joking when I say that this is a trap game, but I really need to see how Alabama looks this week.
All right, I'm with you. How about this one? I'm going to give you Arizona State and Mississippi State.
Okay.
I think Arizona State could walk into this game thinking that they're hot shit. We were in the playoffs last year. Watch out for us. And then just get themselves into a game that's way tighter than it needs to be. Like, give Mississippi State a chance. They let the Northern Arizona Lumberjacks put up 19 points on them last week.
Yeah.
They went 38-19 for the Northern Arizona Lumberjacks. That's not how many points you want to allow to a team right there. Just FYI. You don't want to allow FCS teams that much.
Just for the record, I also want to put this out there. Sam Leavitt had more incompletions than Arch Manning last week and threw a pick, so maybe he's a bust too.
He is a bust. Not a generational talent.
But not a generational talent. But they also, they don't have that guy Cam Scadaboo back there anymore. So I'm interested to see how they play against granted it's Mississippi State. I'm interested to see how they perform against an FBS level defense.
Yeah, because they ran the ball all over Northern Arizona, but you're like, well, Mississippi State will at least have SEC players. They'll have much, much better talent on that roster. So I'm just curious. Again, think Arizona State wins, but it's at least a trap for you to walk in going, we're hot shit. We're gonna beat up on these kids. Mississippi State, SEC ain't got nothing on us, and then you screw up. You don't get your explosive plays, and starts to fall apart.
Yeah, and Mississippi State battled some adversity last week against Southern Miss. It was a close game at halftime. They came out in the second half and really put it on them. So this isn't like screaming upset alert to me necessarily, but it's one where it's like if Arizona State's off, Blake Shapen's not a terrible quarterback. He can complete some passes against you, so you need to be on your A game.
We got to get final score prediction for Texas versus San Jose State.
Yeah, I'm going back to the Texas Sports Unfiltered chat because I forgot what I did. Oh yeah, that's right. 52-10 Texas. I have in this one.
2-10.
I don't think San Jose State scores a touchdown until late either. I think Arch throws for about 250, 270, something like that. Throws for a couple touchdowns, rushes for another one. I think the running backs get involved in the game. Texas maybe even has a defensive touchdown or a special teams touchdown in this game, and they dominate this one early and really get a nice palate cleansing win.
All right. I have the Longhorns winning 42-7. I'd like to say they'll score more points, but I think they run the ball a ton too. And so they just kind of run clock off at times and don't necessarily try and stop the clock with a lot of incompletions or anything else. So they run the ball. It just 42-7. They score it somewhere in there, but I don't trust that field goal kicker, so I ain't giving them no field goals. I'll go 42-7 is where I'll make my final projection. Let's take our second break, Matt. We'll come back, wrap it up with our meathead of the day. See if we have any talks about Chiefs and Chargers tonight as well on YouTube. It's where you watch that one. So right where you're watching us sometimes, or if you're in the app or wherever else. We appreciate you listening on a Friday afternoon. Wrap it up here after these.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Friday afternoon. Let's get into the meathead of the day. This one's just for Matt. Ryan Clark being a meathead for us.
Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
But so then what? Then how does one, in your eyes, be a generational talent? Because there's not a lot of difference.
There, we'll just take that clip because Stephen A. Smith thing goes into a different point. But the fact that Ryan Clark has now said Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Drew Brees, not generational talents. So he said, now Arch Manning, not a generational talent. He could only be as good as Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees. So just
okay. So listen, I've interviewed Ryan Clark before. once, and I like him. I don't agree with
I
his
like
takes
Ryan
all the
Clark a
time.
lot until ESPN corrupted him.
So, and listen, I don't want this to start some sort of fiery debate that Matt's an idiot. I don't necessarily disagree with him.
No, I get what you're saying.
But here's why. In terms of actual physical talent,
yeah,
I don't think that Tom Brady and Drew Brees and Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think they are generational players because they didn't let their, lack of physical skill and athleticism and those things hold them back in terms of being three of the best quarterbacks in the history of the NFL. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, those guys are true generational talents. I think that there is other examples of players who are generational talents who didn't necessarily turn into generational players as well. Like, for example, Reggie Bush, generational talent, but he never could really make it work in the NFL to be one of the top players in the NFL. He had his moments, blah, blah, blah. So I don't necessarily disagree with Ryan Clark in that sense. Where I disagree with Ryan Clark is I'm pretty sure that this conversation started about Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Because I know that Dan Orlovsky thinks that Arch Manning is generational talent.
Yes.
And I know that Ryan Clark disagrees with that. My issue with what Ryan Clark is saying here is that you are judging everything that you are saying about Arch Manning being a generational talent based off one football game.
Yes.
And I have a major, major problem with that because in terms of pure arm talent and athleticism and all of those different things, Arch Manning is a generational talent. Now, whether or not he can put all those pieces together and become a great quarterback in college and the NFL remains to be seen. But not saying that he is not a generational talent because he struggled in the first road start of his career in one of the toughest places to play in college football is absolutely asinine, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There's a lot of examples of quarterbacks who are generational talents who struggled from time to time.
Yeah. No,
especially
I'm aware
early in their career.
One of those people played for Texas Tech, and Patrick Mahomes was not a impeccable, greatest college quarterback that everyone thought, well, this guy should be a first-round pick. He was a really good player. He put up gaudy stats a lot of the times because they were always down, so he was always throwing. And a really good player, not taking anything away from him. But it was just funny to be like, I do love when you're trying to make an argument for it. And I get with you what you're saying. You're not wrong because I kind of like, I get what you're saying. But this is not what the argument you're having is. This is you trying to cover on the fact that you made a statement, but you don't want to say that he's going to be bad. So you're going to try and find the loophole in the semantics of what you're saying. When what you really, the question is Arch going to be a good quarterback or not, is the real question. And you're answering that, no, I don't think he will be an elite quarterback, is what you're saying when you ask about the generational talent. I get you can get to the semantics of it, but that's not the original piece, and that's not the bigger picture of what ESPN's talking about. So, yeah, it's those things. Like, I get it, but you're finding the loophole. I'll give you one more real quick. This is by a reporter for the Panthers. This feels like a really good question. I don't know why they don't do this either.
It's really successful with the tush push. Why don't the Panthers, if it's that effective of a weapon, why don't the Panthers use it?
Why don't the Panthers, with their 5'10", 5'9", 180-pound soaking wet quarterback, use the tush push, Matt?
Well, I do think this is a legitimate question.
It's not for the Panthers.
Well, no, hear me out here. I think that you could ask this question of anybody in the NFL. If it's that effective, why don't you use it?
Yeah.
Just because you're using the tush push doesn't mean that you have to have Jalen Hurts back there. You can put Jatavion Sanders at quarterback and do the tush push.
That's true, but then it's a real big red flag and everybody can get to it more. I think that it hurt. And I get the Eagles do it now too, but
it's very obvious when the Eagles are about to do it. They make no bones about it. There's nothing tricky. This is what we're doing. Can you stop it? And if you put JT Sanders back there and do the tush push, that it could be the same thing.
I just think you should do it with Bryce Young. I think it'd be very fun.
Well, that would be the more fun version of it because he would probably break in half. But I think that every team could figure out some sort of package to make that work. There's
You
no
could.
reason that the Eagles are the only team who should be able to do it.
No, every team should be able to, and they can't, which is why it should not be an illegal play because enough teams don't do it. Shout out to Chan, says 44-13 on the text line. I like it, but I'm telling you, I don't think they're kicking 2 field goals. I don't think they're making 2 field goals.
I think that his score could actually be toward your narrative here because they could make 1 extra point and miss an extra point.
Okay, I got you. All right, we got to get out of here. Have a great game day, everybody. We'll be back. Remember, pregame is at Schultz's Garden with BK and Bucky. You want to go out there and see them if you're headed down to the game or catch it right here. And then postgame with Zay and Rodney right after the game. Hope you have a great one. Hope Texas wins by a bunch. Hook 'em horns. We'll be back on Monday. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. And we'll see you right back here Monday, wrapping up everything about the Longhorns right here on Open Gym.